What a Friday. What's up, everybody? Chat is already popping on the bullpen, the YouTube chat. We got 200 people rocking on the stream already. We'll be up to, 500 by the end of the first segment. Everybody joining us online, wherever you are, AM, FM, the app, YouTube, Twitch. Did I forget anything? Somewhere.
That's it, I think.
Yeah, Rochester, Buffalo.
Yep.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody.
Maybe across Lake Ontario. I know our signal stretches that far.
Sure. I like what Alt Joe said there. Bad day to be a draft pick. It's a nice line. Is it the most trades in Buffalo sports history in a single day?
2?
3. Don't forget Sam Carrick.
Sam Carrick. Right.
3 trades, Sam Carrick. That one has not yet been confirmed by the Sabres, but it's been widely reported.
Have we ever had a 3-trade day? We might. No, maybe not. I mean, do we have ever deals happen on the same day
for
by both
teams? That's a good question.
Yeah.
Not
that I remember.
I feel like you could just ask, one of the internet bots will do that for you.
And they will pop it up.
I just didn't feel like asking. Yeah, but you really can't count on that information to be right. But anyway, it's Jeremy and Joe. Big show for you today. Here's the rundown of who's going to join us. You give us a call. The Sabres won, and they've traded for a pair of Winnipeg Jets. Jacob Bryson and Isaac Rosen have been traded. Later today, I'll give you the full rundown of the draft pick values that the Sabres traded away, future thirds, future sixths. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. They traded away a bunch of mid-round picks. They've added Luke Schenn and Logan Stanley and Sam Carrick. So kind of bottom of the roster kind of ideas after Colton Parayko says no. That's the Sabres side of it. And, of course, they steamrolled the Penguins and are, just tied for first in the Atlantic.
Thank you, Winnipeg, last night.
Yeah.
Beating that was Logan Stanley in the lineup. His final act in Winnipeg was helping.
He was not. I saw that Schenn and Stanley were both scratched, and I heard a little birdie tell me Logan Stanley's about to be a Sabre, and then I found out it was going to be both of them.
Yep.
So they're both on their way to Buffalo, and meanwhile, like you said, Tampa lost. So they both play this weekend. The Sabres could be in first by tomorrow.
They've made up 8 points on the Lightning in a week.
Yeah.
That's insane.
The Lightning still have games in hand, but who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares?
Their division odds have gone from single-digit percentile to it's real now. Sunday will be for first in the division. Likely. If they win tomorrow, especially, it's guaranteed that Sunday at home against the Lightning will be winner of this game, will be sitting at the top of the Atlantic.
That'll be what a scene that'll be to see the Sabres at the 1 spot in the Atlantic.
The conference.
If it happens. Sure.
No, not the conference. Carolina's above Tampa.
Okay,
Yeah.
So we got all that. If you want to jump on the Sabres, you can. Of course, I want to say the bigger news of the day, respect to the Sabres, who, them winning is not that big a deal. They win all the time now. But they win, and that's great. And first in the Atlantic in a tie and a couple of trades. And we're going to hear from Jarmo Kekalainen today. 4 o'clock, roughly, he's scheduled to speak. Trade deadline. It's NHL trade deadline day. The deadline's at 3 o'clock today. Jarmo expected to speak with media at 4 o'clock. We'll hear his side of the Blues' pursuit. Could they still actually pursue Robert Thomas? I mean, they could. You never know. So maybe they've got more trades coming. That's the Sabres side of it. We'll take calls on the Sabres. Brian Kosil at 6:30. Chad DeDominicis at 7:15 on Logan Stanley and Luke Schenn and Sam Carrick, the pieces the Sabres are getting. That's your Sabres side of it. On the Bills side of it with DJ Moore, we'll talk to Sal coming up at 7. We'll talk to Mark Grote of 104.3 The Score in Chicago at 9 o'clock on DJ Moore and what kind of player the Bills are getting in DJ Moore. Of course, that's the biggest news. I think that's the biggest news of the day, right?
Yes.
Moore to the Bills for a second-round pick, and the long and short of it on the money is that the Bills guarantee some more money than was guaranteed, and Albert Breer has it basically dumbed down to the Bills traded for DJ Moore, and he is on a 3-year, $73.5 million contract. So 3 years, $73.5 million from the idea that the Bills didn't want anybody at receiver that was going to command too much money to trading an asset and paying big money for a guy that they have familiarity with. He's played with Joe Brady before in Carolina. There's, of course, the Carolina connection. The Bears get their second-round pick. The Bills get DJ Moore. So we got a lot to get to.
Yeah. The news, and really, right, the Parayko news comes in
20 minutes after DJ Moore?
Yeah, like that.
30 minutes?
That 30 minutes was like, oh, okay, they're getting DJ Moore. And I was kind of into it at the beginning. And, like, Rappaport's out here. We're like, oh, it's going to cost a mid-round pick. I'm like, okay, and Parayko plus the package at the same time of what was happening that day was, like, 2 punches to the gut consecutively. The package, I want to say specifically about Moore. Like,
Yeah.
I like the player. I really do like the player. I've liked him since Carolina.
He's a cool player.
Yeah, he's good.
He's good. He's cool.
He is a good player. I cannot believe the Bears managed to get a second-round pick out of the Bills for him. I don't know how they did that. The GM said, basically alerted the league a week ago that he wasn't going to be on the team at the Combine. That's how he talked.
I guess there's a bidding war, and that's the highest bid. Right?
Man.
That's got to be it.
You just don't see players on that contract at receiver go for that price. Even I saw a couple people compare it to Diggs.
It's very different from Diggs.
Houston was not tied to Diggs for 4 years. They very quickly made that contract a 1-year deal.
Well, if you want to make the difference with Diggs is similar to A.J. Brown right now in that if the Eagles trade A.J. Brown and get a first, do you know why they're going to get a first? In part because you have to convince them to take a $43 million dead cap hit.
Right.
So, like, consider the cap ramifications with the price of a trade. And for Diggs, why did the Bills get a second? Because they needed to be convinced, take a $26 million cap hit to not have this player.
The Bills needed to take the
cap
hit.
The Bills took the hit. The Bears got relief.
Yeah.
So to get a second and get all that relief is a major win for them. It's funny, the timeline for me of the DJ Moore trade was the news gets alerted. Now, Moore had been a player we talked about before, and it was not my favorite idea. Of course, like, I want them to upgrade at receiver. I wouldn't even begin to suggest he's not an upgrade at receiver and not a significant one. He's their most serious outside receiver since Diggs. Everybody else is not as good as him. Every other thing we've gone through, all the battles about Chase Claypool might be something to consider, and Shavers, and fights about Isaiah Hodgins and whether or not leaving him on the practice squad was a mistake. He is undoubtedly an upgrade. But when they strike the deal, I thought, okay, it's probably going to be cheap. I thought 5th or 6th. And my reaction to the trade was, okay. And I thought people would be mad at me because I'm the wide receiver guy and I'm just okay with this deal. And people were mad at me. Mm-hmm. And then they found out that it was for a second-round pick, and then those people were mad at the Bills.
Yeah.
Look,
turned their attention.
I am still okay. I agree. A second-round pick seems pretty steep, and I think the entire NFL world and internet thinks, wow. All of a sudden, the team that pushed back on the idea of a receiver was clearly very desperate for one. So, good. They desperately needed this. This had been a glaring problem for multiple seasons. My biggest concern for DJ Moore is that this is basically a slightly upgraded Amari Cooper plan, which is he's already 29. This is the age you got rid of Diggs and said he was washed. Can DJ Moore have a better 3 years? Yeah, sure. I mean, Diggs proved to be pretty good for Houston until he got hurt, pretty good for New England as well, and maybe he goes to another team. So DJ Moore can still be good. The biggest thing for me, Joe, on this entire receiver conversation is I've always wanted for the Bills 2 things. 1, get better. Mission accomplished. Mm-hmm. Number 2, learn the lesson. Learn how your mistakes have made this problem for you. And that is still a to be determined, whether or not they have learned the lesson. Because trading a second for DJ Moore and paying him $75 million almost is the result of not drafting this position, which is this expensive. How are you ever going to get good receivers? Your choices are draft them or pay huge prices, pay huge markups. 29-year-old off a down year. This isn't saying he won't be good, but think about it. Oh, wow, he's on a down year. Maybe you can buy low. Your buy low on a 29-year-old with a big contract is a second-round pick.
Right.
That's how expensive the position is. So I'm thrilled they have a player of this caliber. It is not my favorite idea and outcome. if you want to call and make the case that you would have liked Alec Pierce and to keep your second-round pick, I think that's totally reasonable. There are a lot of other reasonable answers. The Bills landed on this one, and, all right, good. The offseason, is it over at wide receiver? It kind of might be materially over. And one last thing, there's the other part of this for me. I wanted them to have somebody established, and I thought Bean would feel a lot of pressure to not just turn it over to mid-round picks like a second and a third-round pick, and he didn't. He went out and got a guy that can play and plays in the playoffs and plays in big moments and gets you a big play in a big moment. Mm-hmm. I thought they would do that, and they did do that. So, to me, that part of it is a success. It definitely is a Band-Aid. It definitely covers a major hole. The second part of it is I've been working on the right analogy, Joe. It's like you've got a leak in your roof and it's really bad. Uh-huh. It's a leak in your roof, and you keep patching up the leak. You keep patching it up, and DJ Moore is the best patch you've had yet. But the reality is, you need a fully new roof.
Okay.
And until you address that, the way you've been doing this is the problem. You'll keep paying for the patches.
Yeah.
So that's the best analogy I've got. I'll keep working on it.
I had thought of one when
I think about a health. You got to live a healthier lifestyle here.
Yeah.
Because it's leading to you overpaying.
I had thought of one yesterday when you tweeted out about people are really going to be mad at me, aren't they? That they finally did make the big move for a receiver, and I'm not going to like it. I thought of it's like when, because how I felt too. It's like when I'm craving a pizza, and you do me the favor. I'll go get you a pizza, and you come back with one that has green olives and anchovies on it. I'm like, what did you bring me? You said you wanted pizza. Be grateful for it. That's kind of how I felt during the day yesterday about the Moore trade.
Yeah.
It's the receiver move. They did it. They invested in it. I guess, given that he paid a second-round pick, I guess you could throw the sunglasses meme around.
I thought that
I can't believe that this player warranted that.
Right. Same. When it came down, Tyler Dunn and I were tweeting back and forth and said, I don't think this qualifies as a sunglasses, being sunglasses.
Before
trade.
or after you knew the package?
Before. Because I thought it would be a fifth.
Well, that's what Rappaport said, mid-round pick?
Mid-round pick. I thought it would be a fifth. I thought it would be a sixth. And, that's on me. I was wrong. So a second. And
everybody thought it was going to be
big money, for better or for worse. That is a sunglasses move.
I think there's two parts: this liking the player, thinking he will help them.
You will help them.
And I do think he blocks them from a lot else this offseason. Not, by the way, just on the offense. I am definitely afraid that they right now have the second most expensive receiver room in the league, and that they're okay with that. All their actions at receiver have said for 5 years they're okay with that. They don't draft it. They don't think that they need to because they'd rather have the established guys that cost 10 times more. So, okay, we're doing that. They're the second most expensive receiver room around the Bengals and ahead of the Cowboys, Bucks, Vikings, and Lions.
They will drop.
All teams with top receivers,
They will drop a little bit when Curtis Samuel is let go.
They'll drop to fourth.
Okay.
They'll drop to fourth when Curtis Samuel is let go. Still pretty high.
Well, this was always the reason I thought Romeo Doubs wasn't going to happen. I thought, they're not going to be a top 10 paid wide receiver room,
right,
and yet they definitely are going to be that.
They're going to be a top 5 one, probably.
Yep.
The other thing that, if you wanted them to make a big move on defense, I don't know what they just did to themselves with this contract. Did they not just block themselves from the Trey Hendricks sweepstakes by making this move?
I don't
know fully
so.
on the cap yet.
I don't think so.
It's a big contract.
Right, but his cap hit's going to be 7, and they'll spread it.
But that would be Hendrickson too, and it might be more about, if I'm got to commit $28 million to DJ Moore in these years in the future, can I also commit in those seasons $32 million to Trey Hendrickson?
Right. Deep in this conversation that is nonstop about receivers and this wide receiver big board, as we argue about receiver versus defense, is me trying to convince the people that want defense. If they just drafted receivers, you could have your defensive. You could go get your defensive mercenaries.
Well, they're going to do the opposite. I think that can work.
Sure.
And they've done this, by the way, throughout all of time. They don't believe that's the way to do it.
No,
they believe the way to do it is, I will draft the young and cheap defensive players, and then I will spend all the money on the offense.
Right. And the reality is that
receivers,
maybe the Bills are not so great at identifying the young defensive players or even the young offensive players at certain positions. Because, if you want to look at an MO, this offseason might be different. We'll see if Bean drafts one in the first or the third. But the Bills, first through third round picks in the entire Bean era, they have used one pick to draft a receiver. and they've used 4 to trade for them.
Diggs,
Calvin Benjamin, Amari Cooper,
Calvin Benjamin,
and DJ Moore.
Right.
They've used 4 picks in the first 3 rounds to trade for receivers and 1 to draft one. So, listen, at the end of the day, the big argument was about how they don't think the position matters. That's over.
Yeah, that's over.
That's over.
They do.
Now it's just regular old yelling about roster construction, which is like living back in the normal world of a football team.
And like what we should be willing to expect from him. I saw a line at DraftKings yesterday that had his over-under at 725.5 yards for next season.
Let's hope it goes over.
And to me, like, I think it will go over, and I think it would be an unmitigated failure if he doesn't crack 725 yards next season. I do expect he would. Like, I think his role in this offense is going to be that of a number 1 receiver. I don't know that he's as good as the A.J. Brown or Mike Evans ideas, like, as a player, but he is good enough that he goes to the top of the pecking order. Absolutely. Like, he becomes the guy where it's round 2 of the playoffs and the Bills are down 4 and Allen's got a 4th and 4. Who's the ball going to? Moore's the favorite.
Mm-hmm.
He's the guy you should be calling a play for.
That's what I want.
By far right now.
Yep.
So, I think he's a good player. I think it will work to some degree here. But I just cannot believe that he cost that much.
Yeah. I mean, it's a second for Moore and a 5th, right? So it ends up being a pick slide.
Yeah.
Which
it doesn't take you out of round 2, I saw, though, like the value of it.
No, I think it ends up being like equivalent
like one of the last picks.
Equivalent to the first pick of the 3rd round.
Okay, or that.
Depending on your value chart. So, I mean, getting the 5th back, that's minimal, to say the least. But, hey, whatever. Like, you didn't lose a pick. 803-0550. We'll get some calls in. What do you think? We've got Sabres, we got Bills, we got trades. We got lots to get to here. Paul in Buffalo leads us off. Paul, good morning.
Giddy up, let's go. If you don't love a dirty hockey player, you ain't got no soul. Boys, my guy was giving Gino the business last night. And look, if you play with fire, you get burned. Gino gives him a 2-hander on the neck. All heck breaks loose. Gino gets the door. He's probably going to get a few more. We dominate the Penguins. And then I wake up to 2 bruisers. Oh, baby, when you go get 2 pipe-carrying thugs, you're going to war. Look out, Eastern Conference, because we know how to ground lightning. You hold up your saber. Let's go, boys. Have a great show.
Thanks, Paul.
Last night, I was getting, this is again, when the team is good, I'm more angry at the things that happen, like, in the scrums.
When Malkin takes liberties.
Malkin should be suspended for 10 games for what he did yesterday. He chopped Dahlin in the neck with his stick. I'm glad they gave him the game. He won't get 10 games. Will he get 1 or 2? He absolutely deserves to be suspended for that. You hit a guy in the neck with your stick. That could be an injury that takes a guy out for a month. And by the way, later in the game, Ben Kindle, the teenager who's been playing well for them, in a scrum when the game is 5-1, 4-1, decides to run Tuck from behind after a whistle. And I thought Tuck was hurt, and I'm glad he wasn't. If he was hurt, that would have drove me through the wall this morning. If they had lost Tuck to a play after the whistle like that. But it's all good. They won the game, and everybody's healthy. But Malkin should be suspended.
Nashville tomorrow.
My quick thought on the 2 guys the Sabres added last night is I think they are
bad.
I think they're bad players, and I would caution anybody to believe that they are just going to be, these are the playoff type of defensemen. I need big. I need physical in the postseason. Winnipeg made the 2nd round last year, and they relegated both of these guys to 11, 12 minutes a night, and Stanley got healthy scratched in the 2nd round. Right. So the Jets got their 6'7" giant defenseman last year and eventually got to, he can't be on the ice.
Right. This is like Colton Parayko, maybe you didn't love him as an idea. You got Parayko and you pivoted to something else that is obviously very different. Sure. It is not, plan B. This sounds more like plan D.
Yes.
We'll get some pieces, some guys with some experience, but they are not thought to be all that good. The 4th liner, meanwhile, Sam Carrick, I've seen a positive review or 10 of them from Rangers fans who hate their team. Rangers fans hate their team right
really
now.
do.
But they do like this Sam Carrick, who it appears the Sabres have acquired for a pair of third-rounders. The team has not yet confirmed that deal yet. But
face-offs, too.
Could they still add a Stamkos? Could they still add another significant piece? I don't want to rule it out at all.
I say yes. They have the assets to. Like the things that Robert Thomas or Colton Parayko were going to cost you are still here.
They're still here.
And they didn't pay any massive price to me. Like Roseanne at this point was just kind of a throwaway. Like to me, they have
you had enough time. Like good luck.
Yeah, years and years in the minors to prove you're an NHL player, and it never happened.
Jacob Bryson being traded is like, wow, that guy made it a long time. Good luck.
Right. So I think they have the assets still to do it. And I don't know. They're talking like Utah today is going to make one more big run at Robert Thomas. Why shouldn't I expect the Sabres to take one more big run at him?
Right. Would he waive to go to Buffalo, or would he only waive to go to Utah? It's a question.
Well, he, remember, is not a West Coast guy like Parayko is. So.
Mo in New Jersey. Mo, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Real quick, I'm not a Sabres fan, but I do root for them. I'm really happy with the success they're having. I'm happy for you guys. It just makes listening to you guys a lot more enjoyable. I called to talk about the DJ Moore trade. I first heard about it. I was like, okay, this is a good move. And then I saw the compensation that we gave up to get with that. Now, when he catches his first pass and scores his first touchdown, I'm not going to think about what could have been in the second round, right? You're going to hear about it because there's going to be a player that they passed up, theoretically, when the Bears make a take. There's somebody on the board. So whatever. My point is, it's going to come down to Brandon Beane to me. Kind of what my point is. You guys kind of nailed it. We're paying so much for this particular player, and the fact that he has it's a $100 million contract. Like you said, 3 years, $73 million, whatever. We gave up a second-round pick for a guy with this. I thought, when I had mid-round pick, I was good with it. Then I saw there was a second-round pick and this contract. The Bears didn't pick up any, but I don't know if they could. It's not baseball, but I feel like we overpaid, and it's because of the fact that Brandon Beane has neglected this position for so long. It's his fault. If this does not work out, it's just going to add more fuel to my fire personally for my distaste for Beane. I was the biggest Beane fan up until recently, and then this season happened. We had one of the worst actors in the NFL that was held together basically by Josh Allen. And if this move doesn't work out like really well, I think that it's going to look like poorly on Beane, and it's only going to hurt this team in the long run.
Thanks, Mo. I mean, I don't think they had one of the worst rosters in the NFL held together by Josh Allen. I think they have a roster with some deficiencies, and one of the – again, I think you can do this. People will yell at us for this, and we'll maybe yell at you in your group chats for this, but you can do this. You can like the player and also like that they did it, but wish it didn't have to come to this. Like, I think that point is very much worth making. And you could say this kind of stuff is hindsight, but it's not hindsight. And I'll just give you an example. What's a better plan than what they did? Drafting Luther Burden last year, who the Bears drafted, having that rookie receiver under contract, and you save so much. If you want Max Crosby, if you want Boye Mafe, if you want them to go out, Trey Hendrickson, I think that Beane gets a lot of credit for a lot of things. He does do some things well. Mm-hmm. He might have some flaws. I don't know that I really want to hear much about how he's good with the cap anymore. I don't think he's really good with the cap. I don't think he is.
No.
A GM that's really good with the cap probably wouldn't have the receiver room that they have. It would just be this position is expensive, and a really great way to manage my cap is to keep it cheap. Now, that said, like if they draft a receiver in the first round this year, and they start and they basically do it because they trade Coleman, and now I've got an expensive guy and more, but my next wave is coming. The whole idea is that the next wave was never invited to the party. Diggs left, and they didn't grow the garden. And at that position, you got to do it. So they're paying extra. They pay premiums to make up for this problem. And, I'm glad, but also wish we didn't have to be in this spot. So could they win the Super Bowl because DJ Moore gives them that last piece they need? Yeah, I think so. He's cool. He is a cool player and a great, from everything you read about him in Chicago, great person in the community, great teammate to have, comes with a lot of positives. So We'll learn more about him along the way. DJ Moore, your newest Buffalo Bill. Logan Stanley, Luke Shannon, Sam Carrick. Your newest Sabres, it would appear. Sam Carrick reportedly. And there could be more. It's deadline day. Man, give us a ring. Take us where you want. We'll keep giving you our takes on it. We'll hear yours. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. DJ Moore chatter here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Riverfront. The biggest thing for me, Joe, on this entire receiver conversation is I've always wanted for the Bills two things. One, get better. Mission accomplished. Mm-hmm. Number two, learn the lesson. Learn how your mistakes have made this problem for you. And that is still a to be determined, whether or not they have learned the lesson. Because trading a second for DJ Moore and paying him $75 million almost is the result of not drafting this position, which is this expensive. How are you ever going to get good receivers? Your choices are draft them or pay huge prices, pay huge markups. 29-year-old off a down year. This isn't saying he won't be good, but think about it. Oh, wow, he's on a down year. Maybe you can buy low. Your buy low on a 29-year-old with a big contract is a second-round pick.
Right.
That's how expensive the position is. So I'm thrilled they have a player of this caliber. It is not my favorite idea and outcome. If you want to call and make the case that you would have liked Alec Pierce and to keep your second-round pick, I think that's totally reasonable. There are a lot of other reasonable answers. The Bills landed on this one, and, all right, good. The offseason, is it over at wide receiver? It kind of might be materially over. And one last thing, there's the other part of this for me. I wanted them to have somebody established, and I thought Bean would feel a lot of pressure to not just turn it over to mid-round picks like a second and a third-round pick. And he didn't. He went out and got a guy that can play and plays in the playoffs and plays in big moments and gets you a big play in a big moment. I thought they would do that, and they did do that. So, to me, that part of it is a success. It definitely is a Band-Aid. It definitely covers a major hole. The second part of it is I've been working on the right analogy, Joe. It's like you've got a leak in your roof and it's really bad. It's a leak in your roof, and you keep patching up the leak. You keep patching it up. And DJ Moore is the best patch you've had yet. But the reality is you need a fully new roof.
Okay.
And until you address that the way you've been doing this is the problem, you'll keep paying for the patches.
Yeah.
So that's the best analogy I've got. I'll keep working on it.
Thompson gets it back for a shot for the point. Scores! That's deflected in front of the net. Alex Tuck is going to get this goal. And the Sabres jump out in top 3-1.
The Sabres dominated the Penguins last night, 5-1. They're now on a 5-game win streak. A bad day to be a draft pick in Buffalo as the Sabres acquired Logan Stanley and Luke Schenn from the Winnipeg Jets in exchange for forward prospect Isaac Rosén, defenseman Jacob Bryson, and a 2027 second and a 2026 fourth. It's also being reported that they have acquired veteran center Sam Carrick from the New York Rangers for a 2026 third and a 2026 sixth. Originally Chicago's. The Bills also made a move at receiver, trading away their second-round pick for DJ Moore and a fifth-round pick from Chicago. Looking around the NFL now, Bears, they've released linebacker Tremaine Edmonds. The Rams signed tight end Tyler Higbee to a 2-year, $8 million contract extension through 2027. ESPN's John Keim believes the Commanders could sign Brandon Ayuk to a 1-year prove-it deal if the 49ers release him. And Trey Wingo reports the Cowboys are expected to shift their focus to signing Trey Hendrickson. Join Bulldog and WGR in the fight against cancer by riding with the WGR Ride for Roswell team Saturday, June 27th. When you sign up, you'll get a rider gift from WGR and Tom's Pro Bike on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. Not riding? You can still make a difference by donating to any of our team members. Every dollar goes directly to Roswell Park. Get all of the details at WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Just onto the ice, stops it at the hash marks. Bowman got it away from him. Lowry looking to get it back. Good point past Velarde. Luke Schenn fires, score! Luke Schenn in his 1100th game gets his first goal in 99 games.
We'll call that one of the first moments of the game. Luke Schenn, we'll see when he plays his first game as a Buffalo Sabre, but they made a trade for Luke Schenn and Logan Stanley, and then they also won last night. Moments of the game brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. Sabres beat the Pittsburgh Penguins 5-1 and play a pair of games at home this weekend. Nashville and then Tampa. And the Sabres are tied for first with a chance to move past Tampa. The Lightning do have 2 games in hand. But the Lightning have lost 4 in a row. Are we sure they're gonna win again? They might never win again.
They do play Toronto.
Okay, well,
on
yeah.
Saturday.
Well, listen, if they beat Toronto and the Sabres beat Nashville, Sunday is pretty hot. Even though games in hand, it's for the one next to your name in the division.
Yeah.
803-0550 is our number. Jeremy and Joe get to Brian Kosil in just one moment here. Want to get one more call in. Brian in Arcade on the DJ Moore trade. Hey, Brian.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I mean, I think this is Brandon Beane to a T, man. This is lazy GMing. Just like I thought he was trying to cut to the front of the line with the Waddle trade last year, I think this is the same thing. Now, what we can do, if you're Brandon Beane, we can just hide now. You don't have to address it majorly in free agency now, and you definitely don't have to address it normally high in the draft. You can just hide on that. So we can just follow the same game plan that we follow, right? Every time we draft a receiver, we've taken 9 and 8 years. The average round is 5.3. Perfect. So we sat front row at the combine where 14 guys ran 4.4 flat or better, and we don't have to draft any of them. We don't have to find our way to any of these guys. It's perfect. This takes off the pressure. It's, like you said, super expensive, so we can go look at this big investment we made. And now we don't have to flesh out the room. We don't have to add any of this young talent, and we can just pick right at the end. So it's going to be a mid-tier free agent, ultimately is where we're going to end up, in a 7th-round pick, because that's what I thought he was going to do beforehand, because that's what we've done every year since Emmanuel Sanders in 2021. And that's Brandon Beane. He's a lazy GM when it comes to this position. It's clear he does not care about this position. He just cuts to the front of the line. We don't have to flesh out the room. There's no significant investment coming. This is it. This is the move. And so,
yeah, thanks, Brian. We'll get to Brian Kosil in a moment. I do tend to agree with one part, which is that this is the big move at receiver, which I thought they needed one big move, maybe to be the first-round pick or a trade-up. What I wrote yesterday, I tweeted yesterday and kind of said right at the end of the show, they can't have it be where a second-round pick that they draft is their highest-ranking new addition. Mm-hmm. And they have made sure that will not happen. DJ Moore is, without a doubt, like their highest-ranking addition to the team. Will they add another one? Maybe. If Keon Coleman gets moved, all of a sudden I've got another space to add a piece, and then I'm overhauling the room. But, I mean, the way you said it, Brian, is, I think, an aggressive way to say it. I think your points are not necessarily wrong. I don't know that I'd call him lazy. I just think for whatever reason, we have a large body of work, and maybe it changes this April. He does not want to draft receivers, period. He just doesn't want to do it. And maybe they went at the combine and saw those guys run and met with 7 guys. They met with all the first-round guys. They met with Jordan Tyson, Omar Cooper. They met with a bunch of guys that are supposed to go right in the first round. And maybe they didn't like him, or maybe they do, and they're still going to take one at 26. It would be incredible if they still took one. I think people would be upset because they need so many needs on the defense. 803-0550. Brian Kosil joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of the Arnold Palmer Invitational as things have gotten started there. We'll talk Tee to Green. And also the Sabres win last night, Brian. Brian, you've got so many wins doing postgame now. What's it like doing all these postgame shows that are wins?
It's like literally talking about a brand new team. It's been such a different conversation. Actually getting to talk about the game with it having meaning has been a refreshing thing for sure here after a decade of literally many, many, many post-game conversations talking about when is the coach getting fired? Do we have the right GM? Who's some miracle call-up that's going to come up here, maybe change something? It's been great to talk about the games that have meaning. It's been great to I will just say, just as a hockey fan, it's fun to follow the rest of the league, actually, and how the games actually impact the standings. I mean, just even Tampa now, who has lost 4 in a row, suddenly, even a week ago that maybe catching Tampa maybe would have thought like a tougher thought. Now, obviously, it's very realistic, and they've got a game coming up this weekend with them. So, all of that, and even for the home games, the energy in the building with it being so much better, honestly, it's energizing to us as broadcasters because people are into this team right now.
And Jarmo Kekalainen's made a couple of moves, Byers moves, although the big swing for Parayko didn't land because Parayko didn't wave his no move. He has since landed a pair of defensemen and a fourth-line center. Brian, do you think that we should still be on alert today for something potentially big?
I think so, because, if you look at what he was willing to give up for Parayko, those chips are still there. He's still holding them. So I don't see why not. I don't think any of these 3 players, Stanley, Shen, and Carrick, while necessarily I could sit here and say that they're bad necessarily in any way, I'm also not going to sit here and say, these are also, massive moves in any capacity.
Right.
So there maybe still could be that big move out there. And we know that he's done it in the past and has been able to pull it off. And it looked, obviously, with St. Louis, he had it done in agreement. The player is the one that ultimately messed that up. It wasn't as though that he couldn't pull it off or find a GM to do what he wanted to. So the fact that Mertka was willing to be given up, the fact that he was willing to give up a number 1 draft pick, there still could be something there today too. So this obviously, these 3 moves are depth moves, they're size moves, and the Sabres can have injuries, as any team can have. I do like it in the sense that I'm not saying that any one particular player is going to be meaningful, but it sends the message that we're in this playoff for not just one round. We're in it for the long haul, and we know that injuries can happen over the course of hopefully, if they can go as far as they can, 2 months of playoff hockey. So I think that's maybe what more so this message says. Obviously, maybe the biggest piece of those trades to leave is Roseanne, but he's had his opportunities. We've seen other players like Ostlund kind of pass and Hellenis pass, maybe him on the depth chart overall within the organization. So in general, maybe on paper, it looks like, giving up Roseanne was a little bit, but there could be more to come for sure.
Yeah, I wonder if they're kind of clearing the decks for another move. And one thing I also wonder, guys, like a silver lining to the Parayko deal is you get on that deal where you're going to trade Parayko for a first and Mertka, and it doesn't happen. I would imagine another GM that's a seller might call Jarmo and say, hey, first and Mertka, I got anything you might want for that? I might like that you're willing to part with those pieces.
Yeah.
We liked that player. Is there anything on our roster that might work for you for a similar kind of price? And, you might find your way to a deal that way.
I agree. Yeah, it sends the message to the rest of the GMs. You're open for business, and you're not messing around. Look, when you're offering a first-round draft pick, we know these GMs value these draft picks so much, overvalue them probably most cases, and a former or a first-round draft pick in Mertka essentially. So that is you're essentially offering 2. That's going to get you something for sure. So I love what Rasmus Dahlin said last night about he was asked, about Parayko saying no to the deal. And while he didn't mention him specifically, he said, I love the city of Buffalo. Everybody in this locker room loves being here. And the response from fans, obviously, was tremendous about what Dahlin said. But I wonder, I was talking with Paul about this last night, if the players in some sense, like, kind of almost maybe can throw that onto the file if they need any more motivation of like, all right, you know what? Like, screw you. We don't need you to win this whole thing. We'll show you we can do it ourselves kind of mentality. If that maybe, if they need another reason to add to it here, if maybe somebody's saying, no, I don't want to play with this group of guys. Now, obviously maybe that's not the full reason, but for the players, if that's how they want to spin it and use it to help them, why not?
Brian Kosil, of course, Sabres postgame and intermissions, also host of Tee to Green. And, Brian, we're into the meat of the golf season. We made it. Bay Hill, the players. What's going on Tee to Green this week as you guys talk Bay Hill?
Yeah, it's our season debut show. We're super happy to be back now. This will be 21 years on Saturday mornings on WGR. So we are pumped that we are back. We'll be going around golf courses and golf facilities all across Western New York. We're going to be at the new Golf Dojo down in the Southtown Saturday, 7 to 8. But, yeah, Kevin Sylvester has been working the Arnold Palmer Invitational, so he'll be live from the course talking to us. Myself, Jeff Metis, Jeff Blank, we'll all be at Golf Dojo. And then next week's the players, the fifth biggest tournament of the year. People know Sawgrass so well. It's a super, super fun event to watch. So, yeah, these next 2 weeks is going to be great. We'll obviously be talking about golf maybe starting up soon in Western New York as well.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, guys. Have a great rest of your show.
Yeah, Brian Kosil on the Sabres and on golf season. Tee to Green back here on the airwaves. And the Bay Hill Invitational this weekend. I have been to the Bay Hill Invitational.
Yeah?
Yeah, I saw Tiger Woods play there. I saw Phil Mickelson play. I got Phil's autograph.
Nice.
I think it was a practice round. It had to be a practice round. But it was down there for spring break in 2000 or 2001.
Okay.
And saw Tiger, saw Phil.
Before Phil would have won a major, right, at that point?
2000, yeah, that's before he wins a major. That's Tiger won Bay Hill 8 times.
It's insane.
Yeah. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. On DJ Moore, what he does for the offense, the matchup, the pairing of DJ Moore and Joe Brady. We'll get to Sal at 7:30, hockey talk along the way, and your phone calls as well. 803-0550 on WGR. Of course, that's the biggest news. I think that's the biggest news of the day, right?
Yes.
Moore to the Bills for a second-round pick, and the long and short of it on the money is that the Bills guarantee some more money than was guaranteed. And Albert Breer has it basically dumbed down to the Bills traded for DJ Moore, and he is on a 3-year, $73.5 million contract. So 3 years, $73.5 million from the idea that the Bills didn't want anybody at receiver that was going to command too much money to trading an asset and paying big money for a guy that they have familiarity with. He's played with Joe Brady before in Carolina. There's, of course, the Carolina connection. The Bears get their second-round pick. The Bills get DJ Moore. So we got a lot to get to.
Yeah. The news, and really, right, the Parayko news comes in
20 minutes after DJ Moore?
Yeah, like that.
30 minutes?
That 30 minutes was like, oh, okay, they're getting DJ Moore. And I was kind of into it at the beginning. And, like, Rappaport's out here. Like, oh, it's going to cost a mid-round pick. I'm like, okay, and Parayko plus the package at the same time of what was happening that day was, like, 2 punches to the gut consecutively. The package, I want to say specifically about Moore. Like,
yeah.
I like the player. I really do like the player. I've liked him since Carolina.
He's a cool player.
Yeah, he's good.
He's good. He's cool.
He is a good player. I cannot believe the Bears managed to get a second-round pick out of the Bills for him. I don't know how they did that. The GM said, basically alerted the league a week ago that he wasn't going to be on the team at the Combine. That's how he talked.
I guess there's a bidding war, and that's the highest bid. Right?
Man.
That's got to be it.
You just don't see players on that contract at receiver go for that price. Even I saw a couple people compare it to Diggs.
It's very different from Diggs.
Houston was not tied to Diggs for 4 years. They very quickly made that contract a 1-year deal.
Well, if you want to make the difference with Diggs is similar to A.J. Brown right now in that if the Eagles trade A.J. Brown and get a first, do you know why they're going to get a first? In part because you have to convince them to take a $43 million dead cap hit.
Right.
So, consider the cap ramifications with the price of a trade. And for Diggs, why did the Bills get a second? Because they needed to be convinced, take a $26 million cap hit to not have this player.
The Bills needed to take the
cap
hit.
The Bills took the hit. The Bears got relief.
Yeah.
So to get a second and get all that relief is a major win for them. Hey, be caller 5 to win a 4-pack of tickets to the home show, which is going to go on. There's 2 weekends it goes on. The home show at the Buffalo Niagara Convention Center. 2 weekends, March 6th through 8th. That's this weekend. And March 13th through 15th. Visit BuffaloHomeShow.com for tickets and information. Caller 5 to 221-4WGR. Jeremy and Joe. Alt Joe here. Owen Parker here. Taking your calls on the Sabres draft picks, the Sabres trades for some picks. I don't think the Sabres trades are true needle movers.
No.
They're bench trades, depth trades, and that's fine. I'm wondering if today there could still be something of significance that we see, and I would not rule that out. Today is NHL trade deadline day. Dan in Lockport is up next. Hey, Dan, good morning.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, I was just calling the trade yesterday for DJ Moore. I do not get the discourse with the second-round pick, why everyone is so upset about that. And I even saw a comment yesterday, this trade would be good if it was a third round instead of a second. I don't understand what we're seeing as the difference. Brandon Beane's second-round picks are such a hit and miss anyways, and now we're getting a proven wide receiver. I get the money's tied up, but all I got to say is I'm happy that we got a number one receiver now. And with the second-round pick, we probably would have just got someone that barely makes the team. So I'll hang up and listen, but that's all I got to say. I don't get the discourse between the draft pick. I think it was well worth it.
Yeah, you also could have got Cole Bishop. in the second round. That is also not my mentality that a third.
Osiris Torres. Like, they've had some good second-round picks. They've had James Cook, or they've had some bad second-round picks.
Like, a third-round pick, to me, would have been an overpay also. Like, in my mind, when I saw the trade first come out, I'm like, okay, this is going to be a fifth-round pick. Because generally, when you are giving the sort of contract, you're taking on the sort of contract that you have to give a DJ Moore in a trade, the team that is sending him to you is not going to get that sort of asset. If the Eagles are going to trade A.J. Brown, that would be a price like that. Because the Eagles have to eat the money, and the team getting him only has to pay him $7 million for this year. Mm-hmm. And then not even as much as DJ Moore, I think, beyond this season. That's a trade where the cost would be like that. Because I'm giving up a contract, and because the Bears are motivated to move him, they want to move him. You're doing them a favor. They want to clear the space. They said it last week that this is a move they're looking at because it helps them on the cap. So why should I have to give up that price when I'm also doing them a favor? The only answer would be somebody else was driving you to pay a second-round pick. Otherwise, you offer them a second, and it's the thing in fantasy where you can't believe a guy offered you something, and you have to hang up the phone for a second to go laugh about it and be like, I don't know. Okay, fine, I'll do it.
Yeah, I don't know if there are other teams would have been on it. Maybe the Patriots would be. We'll see what the price is for some of these other ideas, and we'll see what the free agents get out on the market.
Maybe the Patriots were on it.
Maybe.
And that drove them to
What does
overpay.
Alec Pierce get? What does Rashid Shaheed get? Yeah, Dan, I mean...
They didn't find out what all these free agents were going to get.
I know. Yeah, Dan, you don't have to be upset about the price. I think it's a pretty big price to pay. And, what could you get in the second round? I don't know. I made the point for 4 years. You could have done a second-round receiver anywhere in the last 6 years.
James Cook, by the way, was second.
Sure.
There are misses. Boogie Basham was
there are misses.
Flat-out miss.
The draft is imperfect. It's not a coin toss. You could get Keon Coleman, which has been not a great pick. But it's a pretty big price to pay. I think everybody in Chicago is pretty happy by what they got for a player they viewed as expendable. So, I'm glad the player's here. I think the price was steep. I don't think it has to be the best plan, but they did it, and I'm glad the player's here. 803-0550. You can give us a ring. 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. The biggest thing for me, Joe, on this entire receiver conversation is I've always wanted for the Bills two things. One, get better. Mission accomplished. Mm-hmm. Number two, learn the lesson. Learn how your mistakes have made this problem for you. And that is still a to be determined, whether or not they have learned the lesson. Because trading a second for DJ Moore and paying him $75 million almost is the result of not drafting this position, which is this expensive. How are you ever going to get good receivers? Your choices are draft them or pay huge prices, pay huge markups. 29-year-old off a down year. This isn't saying he won't be good, but think about it. Oh, wow, he's on a down year. Maybe you can buy low. Your buy low on a 29-year-old with a big contract is a second-round pick.
Right.
That's how expensive the position is. So I'm thrilled they have a player of this caliber. It is not my favorite idea and outcome. If you want to call and make the case that you would have liked Alec Pierce and to keep your second-round pick, I think that's totally reasonable. There are a lot of other reasonable answers. The Bills landed on this one, and, all right, good. The offseason, is it over at wide receiver? It kind of might be materially over. And one last thing, there's the other part of this for me. I wanted them to have somebody established, and I thought Bean would feel a lot of pressure to not just turn it over to mid-round picks, like a second and a third-round pick, and he didn't. He went out and got a guy that can play and plays in the playoffs and plays in big moments and gets you a big play in a big moment. Mm-hmm. I thought they would do that, and they did do that. So, to me, that part of it is a success. It definitely is a Band-Aid. It definitely covers a major hole. The second part of it is I've been working on the right analogy, Joe. It's like you've got a leak in your roof, and it's really bad. Uh-huh. It's a leak in your roof, and you keep patching up the leak. You keep patching it up. And DJ Moore is the best patch you've had yet. But the reality is you need a fully new roof.
Okay.
And until you address that the way you've been doing this is the problem. You'll keep paying for the patches.
Yeah.
So that's like the best analogy I've got. I'll keep working on it.
Sabres numbers across the ice. Patient scores! Oh, what a play on the far side of the ice by Owen Power. The offensive threat that is now Owen Power. Turning the power on, and it's 4-1 Buffalo with 9.5 to go in the second period in Pittsburgh, PA.
The Sabres dominate the Penguins last night, 5-1. They're now on a 5-game win streak and hot. A bad day to be a draft pick in Buffalo as the Sabres acquire Logan Stanley and Luke Schenn from the Winnipeg Jets in exchange for forward prospect Isaac Rozan, defenseman Jacob Bryson, and a 2027 second and a 2026 fourth. It's also being reported that they've acquired veteran center Sam Carrick from the New York Rangers for a 2026 third and a 2026 sixth, originally Chicago's. The Bills also made a move at receiver, trading away their second-round pick for DJ Moore and a fifth-round pick from Chicago. Around the NFL, the Bears released Tremaine Edmonds. The Rams signed tight end Tyler Higbee to a 2-year, $8 million contract extension through 2027. ESPN's John Keim believes the Commanders could sign Brandon Ayuk to a 1-year prove-it deal if the 49ers release him. And Trey Wingo reports that the Cowboys are expected to shift their focus to signing Trey Hendrickson. Buckling up takes less time than listening to this. No excuses. A message from the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
And so that space that you're trying to shrink come playoff time, you know, it just adds. And Logan Stanley's confidence and Luke Schenn's experience, I think, are real strong additions for the Buffalo Sabres. And the Buffalo Sabres are rocking and rolling right now. And there's no way we wouldn't have said this in November, that they're a Stanley Cup contender. They're a Stanley Cup contender. Yeah. At the high end, no. But they have to be taken seriously because that's a good team, and they're on a roll, and they've just strengthened their team.
Craig Button on TSN on the Sabres. We'll get Chad DeDominicis of Expected Buffalo in about 15 minutes to tell us about the impacts that Luke Schenn and Logan Stanley could make to the Sabres lineup, and also Sam Carrick. That's a reported trade, reported in several outlets, but not yet confirmed by the team. The other trade with Winnipeg is confirmed. Isaac Rozan and Jacob Bryson, and a couple of picks out for two big defensemen that will help the Sabres fill in their bottom of their defense core. But nothing, I don't see these, it's not even close to what I think, would hope Parayko would be. These are depth ideas, like pieces.
Yeah. They're veteran players that have experience but are not really doing much for you on the ice. Stanley is so – we'll talk to someone from Winnipeg on this. Because all the number, like Dom Lucian wrote about him and many others, that it doesn't make any sense how he is that big. He's 6'7". He's a monster. He's that big. He's that mean. He's that physical. And he's so bad defensively. He scores. He's got 9 goals this year because his shot is so big. But he is so bad in his own end. His giveaway numbers and getting it out of his own end numbers, like all of it, it's just not good. And again, they're heading him for the playoffs. I just want to remind everybody, like last year, Winnipeg benched him and then healthy scratched him in the playoffs. So all that meanness and physicality might sound good, but the Jets went through 2 playoff series last year and went, yeah, we should get this guy off the ice.
We'll see if there's more. It is NHL trade deadline day today. Jarmo Kekalainen meets with the media at 4 o'clock. Once the deadline passes, he can answer about these additions, about the trades he sought to complete but couldn't, Colton Parayko, and if there are any others.
I still feel like they're going to
do
something to
something.
make a big trade today. Yeah.
Because they haven't.
The big, maybe not even as big as the Thomas idea. I feel like there's a good chance that they will revisit that and take another run at it. And that's my dream scenario today is they still find a way to pull off that deal wherever they left it. And maybe, honestly, the Parayko part of it, because Friedman said that was a part of the original deal, that it was going to be Thomas and Parayko that were in the deal. Now that the Parayko piece is eliminated, the deal becomes smaller. Is there any chance that that increases the likelihood that they could actually get it done? Because before we were talking about this mega deal that included both. Well, now it's only Thomas. So let's get into what that would cost. And maybe that's a smaller deal, and maybe that's more likely to get through. He also, if you're wondering about the no trade clause, he has it. The difference, though, is Parayko is from out west, Alaska, for college, lived in Alberta, St. Louis. Thomas is a Southern Ontario kid. So I'm hoping that makes a difference between the one guy and this guy.
One more thing on the Sabres, and then back to some DJ Moore calls. If you want to give us a ring, 803-0550. Just feels like we might have more takes from callers on DJ Moore than Logan Stanley. Yeah. But if you have a Logan Stanley take, we'll take that. To the Sabres' point, it's deadline day today. The TSN trade bait list, not a lot of people have moved off it. Everybody's still there, all the big pieces. And Jarmo Kekalainen might be monitoring a bunch of different things. And what happens when Tampa makes a deal? And then Boston makes a deal. And then Montreal makes a deal. And Detroit makes a deal. Does he think, all right, you know what? I'll throw that extra second-round pick, or I'll use my first to get this other piece, because the deadline can sometimes be an arms race, and you want to make sure you're in the race. So we'll see.
So he's from north of Toronto. Is that still Southern Ontario, by the way, Thomas?
Yes.
Of course it is, right?
Yes, because Ontario goes way up.
Getting some pushback. Like that's above Toronto. Ontario is like the biggest thing you've ever seen, isn't it?
It's pretty big.
Isn't it like 3 days to drive to the top of it?
Yeah, I mean,
it's Southern Ontario.
An hour north of Toronto is still Southern Ontario. Yes, all right. For sure. Buff in Dallas on DJ Moore. Hey, Buff. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Hey, I don't know. I'm not a fan of the DJ Moore trade simply because, we were talking all season about him making a big splash at GM, and if this is your biggest splash, it's almost like a reach. Moore is a great player. He's a good player. He's proven in this league, but for that second round, that's just giving up too much. And then the contract, like you mentioned, at later in his career. So I think there's a lot of talent at receiver in this draft. You just got to dig and do your due diligence, and you come up with that guy. Even if you have to double dip. So, but especially right now with the second, you almost getting 2 for 1. You gave up 2 players, 2 assets for 1 receiver. So I like to get your opinion on it, honestly.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. I think you kind of nailed it. You did. If they had done this with a defensive end, if they had done this with a linebacker, an offseason, we tend to think of it as draft picks or free agents. And there are also trades. And when you trade a draft pick for a guy that signs effectively a contract that the free agents are going to get, it kind of feels like you used both. I'm not mad about the cap space. I mean, it's a $23.5 million contract. The cap hit's going to be like 6. Right. But next year that cap hit will be big, and the year after that it'll be big. And they're always up against the cap, and we like to point out that it's not really because of Josh Allen. It's because of other things they do with the cap, other ways that they don't save money. And Moore will, with his new deal, be a 3-year, $73 million contract. Those will be big cap hits going forward. So I like getting cheap. Whatever. It's just a roster-building question. I'm thrilled that they addressed receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Just ask yourself this question. You don't have to agree with me. What's the better use of a second-round pick? Would it be just going and getting DJ Moore and giving him big money? Or would it be using it to move from 26 to 15 because the best receiver that you like fell?
Yeah.
Now, with that, if I did that, I don't have a second-round pick. It's into the wind. I also don't have the guarantee that I have I've seen DJ Moore play. And I know he can play in this league. But for me, my better value would be, I have 4 years and a 5th-year option of cost control at an unbelievably expensive position, and I'll go spend my $23 million on a linebacker or something like that.
To me, far and away, that's a better idea because not only am I getting Jordan Tyson because he fell because of injury concerns.
There are risks. He might not be good. I understand that there are risks here, and I understand why Brandon Beane would have wanted something he feels like he can put his head on the pillow and sleep well.
But in addition to that, I've probably signed somebody. So what is it? Is it Jordan Tyson and I've signed Romeo Doubs before that? Who I don't love that idea either, by the way, but because of the expense of it. But for the assets that I just spent to get DJ Moore, maybe I could have had both Jordan Tyson and Romeo Doubs.
Yeah,
that really is it's only a part of it. It's not the craziest thing. The craziest thing to me is still the Bears got a second for him when everyone knew they wanted to divest of that asset to clear cap space. That's the craziest part. It is also crazy, though, to me that they didn't even get to free agency. They didn't even find out. What about Mike Evans? What if he does leave? What if he would have loved to come here? Now, should I assume that they jumped the gun, like probably lots of teams do, on the legal tampering window, and they would have known what Mike Evans' motivation was? Or should I say they did it by the book and they didn't know? That's the guessing game, right? Because how do you make this trade not knowing what does Mike Evans want to do? What does Romeo Doubs want to do? What if Alec Pierce would take $5 million less to play here instead of play for some Cardinals team?
You probably know the prices. And maybe you have concerns about Evans' age. He is much older than DJ Moore.
It's 3 years.
He's 33 and off a big injury season.
Right.
So you might have concerns about that. And, of course, the Bills, whatever. I think there are things about this deal to defend and things to question. The Bills have decided this is a 3-year answer.
I was going to say that's a good point because the Evans, maybe they think of that. Anyone that signs Evans, you might think of that as this is a 1 to 2 year experiment.
Right.
And even yesterday, by guaranteeing his salary in 2028, which even that was like, what? What are you doing? That's a view into how they see this. They see this as the guy that's going to take Josh Allen through this next phase of his prime.
Yeah, which could be right. You're
taking a risk by really guaranteeing him that money, though, in 2028, because what if this year goes by and it is Amari Cooper? What if it's, he's not as good as he was?
That is
and now I'm locked in for 2 more years after that. There is a lot of risk with this move.
Well, they're not living in the middle class of receivers anymore. This is more like the upper class. And even then, it's like lower upper class to be a $23 million receiver. But
where does he rank?
That's Waddle's territory. That's guys that have signed reasonable deals.
Yep.
That might be this free agent class. I mean, is Shaheed going to get 23? Maybe not.
He might be around that. I mean, they're talking about Pierce getting 30.
Which would be nuts. But
I know.
But again, what's a better idea?
All right, you want the $23 million receivers in the league?
Yeah.
Within $1 million of that. $24 million is Nico Collins. $23 million is Michael Pittman. $23 million is Cortland Sutton, Calvin Ridley, and Devontae Adams.
Okay.
Godwin, 22. Jacoby Myers, 20.
Yeah. I like some of those receivers more than others, but that's a good group. All those guys would be the best receiver on the Bills, and DJ Moore is immediately the best receiver on the Bills. Right? So instead of a Josh Palmer, we really like this guy, it's much more of a swing to, fine, we'll get somebody better on another tier.
I would love, though. You know what would make me like this move more is if they spun around and found a way to trade Josh Palmer. Because then that opens back up to, okay, I need another guy to draft, and I've cleared some cap space by trading him. It's like $5 million, I think, if you do that.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, I'm probably getting something really small by trading him. That part's like the after point. Like, to me, clearing another spot for another guy and having more come in to be Palmer, your upgraded Josh Palmer, like, that sounds like a better idea to me than riding in with the group they have right now that is one of the most expensive groups in the NFL, but is surrounded by teams that have better receiving cores than they have. Everybody on the list of the most expensive receiving cores are, like, even with more, are better units.
Yep. Yeah, it's Chase and Higgins, it's Pickens and Lamb, it's
Addison and Jefferson.
St.
Brown
in
that order.
Yeah, St. Brown and Jameson Williams. Right, like that's one of the things here. Is, like, they're not going Moneyball. They've sunk a lot of assets into it, and have shifted, or maybe they never shifted. Maybe it's just that now a guy became available. I mean, they were after Devontae Adams, right? They were after Jacoby Myers. They were after Jalen Waddle. They've been trying to get somebody of this caliber. This almost feels like an extension of the trade deadline when they couldn't get anybody, and you weren't going to get DJ Moore from the Bears because they were good. Maybe they would have liked DJ Moore last year, but the Bears are thinking we're going to the playoffs. Why would you do that now?
Mm-hmm.
So it feels like a deal that's an extension of the trade deadline, and a second-round pick is a big price, but they have a player that makes them better. Quickly, John in Pittsburgh. John, good morning.
What's going on, fellas?
Morning.
Last night at the game in Pittsburgh, they are probably one of the worst fan bases I've ever been part of, like, going to those games. They do not know hockey. For as much as they've been winning, they are terrible. Also, I called the other day about faceoffs. We got a guy who can win 54% of his faceoffs. Thank God we actually did something in the faceoff dot in Carrick.
Yeah.
So let's get something bigger today, and let's get into those playoffs, boys.
All right. Thanks, John.
He is immediately, by percentage, their best faceoff guy.
So to that point, we're going to go to the Western Hotline and chat about the players that the Sabres have acquired. Chad DeDominicis joins us on the Western Hotline. He of Expected Buffalo. You can, of course, subscribe to everything they do at Expected Buffalo, expectedbuffalo.com, and podcast and post games. Chad, good morning. We're ready to talk about a couple players that the Sabres have acquired.
Good morning, guys.
So how about Carrick? That one's not been confirmed yet, right? The Sabres confirmed the Winnipeg trade, but they have not yet confirmed the Sam Carrick trade in a deal with the Rangers. But the early reaction I got to the Rangers trade with Sam Carrick was that Rangers fans like him, and this guy will help them win faceoffs.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. I talked to a fellow Rangers writer in the piece he put out last night, and that was pretty much the sentiment. Face-offs, fourth-line guy, underrated speed, forechecker. It kind of, if you think about it, it's a lot of what has made the Sabres different this year is the forechecking, the speed, the tenacity on the puck, and being on top of it. So he brings all of that. He can kill penalties. The face-off thing is important. He does that. He can play some wing, too, if he needs to, so he's flexible. That's the nice thing about it. But, yeah, I mean, it's a true depth fourth-line player that, it's not flashy or fun or that exciting, but I think it's something they really needed. I think their fourth line, while it's had its moments, hasn't really been that great for most of the season, and this is a guy you can plug in. To me, he feels like a direct Danforth replacement, that they were hoping they were getting that out of him. And then with the injury, and it's still lingering, Carrick kind of steps in and replaces that.
Think it could mean anything for Greenway, too? Maybe we were already heading this direction anyway, that he might not be able to play regularly the rest of the season?
Yeah, I thought when it was happening with him again around the Olympic break that coming out of it or during it, we were going to hear like, all right, he's done, season's over. So he hasn't really been on the ice with them, and he's had 2 hernia surgeries. It's still not right. I sort of feel like you might just want to get that fixed, but I don't anticipate him playing many games, especially when you see the roster is starting to stack up at here.
Chad DeDominicis on the Western Hotline. Chad, the 2 pieces acquired from Winnipeg, defenseman Luke Schenn and also defenseman Logan Stanley. What are the Sabres getting in these 2?
So Schenn is the veteran, 36 years old, right shot defenseman. There's being nice, I don't think there's a lot left in the tank there. For me, it seems like he's probably your new seventh defenseman. I don't anticipate him playing many games, but what he does in the room, the playoff experience, I think having that veteran isn't something that should be overlooked. And also, it just builds depth. I mean, if you have injuries and you have, you don't want to get into Rochester guys, you have a guy who's played in the league, who's played playoff games, and you could throw him in there if you need it. So I'm not overly focused on what he's going to bring because I just don't anticipate he's going to play a ton. Stanley, on the other hand, is probably, if everything goes well, going to be one of your top 6 regulars. I'm not going to hide it that I don't love it.
It's okay.
He's a big defenseman, 6'7", hits, physical. If you want a guy who will fight and defend his teammates, that is Stanley. Defensively, there's some good things around the net. He's good in that regard. He's obviously very size, good on the wall. That helps. And I think if they're looking to get, more physical and a little bit more, I don't know if they need more size, but maybe they thought they did, on defense, that's what you get there. But this year he's having one of his best offensive season. So, there's that part of it, but he's also an unrestricted free agent. You can kind of throw in, that might just be a free agent season kind of thing, and he's shooting like 12%, which is very unlike him. So there's a little bit of offense there, but I don't think he moves well enough to be that impactful. He moves good for 6'7", but maybe not what a Lindy Ruff system would want. And then the passing is really what scares me a little bit. The exits are not good. Throughout his career, they have not been good. But, this is a guy who's playing right now 20 minutes-ish this season with the injuries Winnipeg has had. Coming here, he's probably going to drop down to 13, 14. So if you can shelter him on a third-pair role, you probably can get by and be fine. The good news is if it doesn't go well, even though you gave up assets to get him, but if it doesn't go well, you have Timmins around and other options you can throw in there to replace him. Of course, like I said, it wouldn't be ideal to give up those assets and not play him, but I think in the right role, you're probably can find service there.
Do you feel like with these moves, kind of Jarmo doing the baseline work, like the little things that they needed to accomplish around the edges of the roster, that they could be done, or that what would be left to do would be something bigger?
I've gone back and forth on it last night, and then again this morning, just thinking about it. I would say logically, they're probably done. You have your depth defenseman, you have your depth forward, but taking or having Winnipeg retain 50% of Schenn isn't nothing. I feel like that leaves them flexibility. I checked this morning, I think in however it works, their deadline cap space, they still have a little bit over $5 million they could squeeze in based on prorating. And they have all of their big assets that they were going to use for Thomas, that they were going to use for Parayko. They held those. They have them. Now, their draft capital's kind of depleted after yesterday. But they could if they wanted to. I still would say that they're probably done, but that leaves flexibility that they could. And the other thing, too, I feel like if you add something else, you're kind of bordering on tinkering a lot with a roster that's doing pretty well. That would be a fourth or maybe even fifth player, depending on what you do. That feels like a lot of tinkering.
Chad, with Parayko, real quickly before I let you go, Chad DeDominicis of Expected Buffalo, did you want that to happen? There were some that thought good idea, bad idea, term, money. And when Parayko says he won't come, were you of the belief that that's a bullet dodged? That good, glad they didn't do it. Those assets could be used on something better, or do you think he would have been a really nice fit for them?
I think in the short term, it would have made them definitely a better team than they are now with the moves that they've made. For the next year or two, he's a legitimate top four defenseman who could play up the lineup. Same thing. He has that size, that physicality. He's better than Logan Stanley, obviously. I think in the short term, you are definitely a better team. And if you can make an argument, one of the best blue lines in the league. Long term, there was definitely concerns. The contract, the amount of money, the giving up of the assets, too, where I feel like you're giving up significant assets for a position that has been a strength for your team. didn't really sit well with me. Now, if you would have told me it's Parayko or Logan Stanley, I would have just bit on my shirt and took Parayko. But, obviously with him not waiving the no-move clause, then is what it is, and that's where you are now.
All right. Chad DeDominicis, expectedbuffalo.com to go to the site to subscribe, get your coverage of Sabres, Amherst, Bandit stuff in there, and we'll see if anything else comes from the deadline. Thanks, Chad.
All right, thanks, guys.
Chad DeDominicis, expectedbuffalo.com. They could still make a move.
They could.
They very well might be done, like Chad said. But I almost want to say, the way that Thomas and Parayko kind of came out of nowhere, Jarmo is known as an aggressive guy, and I imagine he's still open to something.
The fact they went after big names, and they are like I said with Chad a little bit, I think that's the only move left.
Big?
Yeah, you've done the tinkering stuff. What else would you do that's around the bottom of the roster? You've done it. The only thing left to do would be go make a big move. It also is funny, by the way, that Owen put together the numbers yesterday of how big their defense core would be with Colton Parayko, and I think it's actually even bigger. Right? Stanley's 6'7", 231. He's big.
Yeah, they picked up an extra inch and a couple pounds there, I think.
Nice.
It's crazy. It's a thing that that teams seem to think matters a lot, though. Like, a lot of the Stanley Cup winning decors have a lot of really tall, long guys with big, long sticks. And you hear guys talk about in the league, like, it is tough to get through a wall of guys that are that big because there's so much more reach there. It can matter a lot. And Stanley definitely brings a good bit of that.
803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. When we return, an encouraging stat on DJ Moore, whether you like the trade or are a little hesitant about it, there's a good stat on him and on what Joe Brady will have to rediscover in this offense that Moore can bring. That's next here on WGR. The biggest thing for me, Joe, on this entire receiver conversation is I've always wanted for the Bills two things. One, get better. Mission accomplished. Mm-hmm. Number two, learn the lesson. Learn how your mistakes have made this problem for you. And that is still a to be determined, whether or not they have learned the lesson. Because trading a second for DJ Moore and paying him $75 million almost is the result of not drafting this position, which is this expensive. How are you ever going to get good receivers? Your choices are draft them or pay huge prices, pay huge markups. 29-year-old off a down year. This isn't saying he won't be good, but think about it. Like, oh, wow, he's on a down year. Maybe you can buy low. Your buy low on a 29-year-old with a big contract is a second-round pick.
Right.
That's how expensive the position is. So I'm thrilled they have a player of this caliber. It is not my favorite idea and outcome. If you want to call and make the case that you would have liked Alec Pierce and to keep your second-round pick, I think that's totally reasonable. There are a lot of other reasonable answers. The Bills landed on this one, and, all right, good. The offseason, is it over at wide receiver? It kind of might be materially over. And one last thing, there's the other part of this for me. I wanted them to have somebody established, and I thought Bean would feel a lot of pressure to not just turn it over to mid-round picks like a second and a third-round pick, and he didn't. He went out and got a guy that can play and plays in the playoffs and plays in big moments and gets you a big play in a big moment. I thought they would do that, and they did do that. So, to me, that part of it is a success. It definitely is a Band-Aid. It definitely covers a major hole. The second part of it is I've been working on the right analogy, Joe. It's like you've got a leak in your roof and it's really bad. It's a leak in your roof, and you keep patching up the leak. You keep patching it up, and DJ Moore is the best patch you've had yet. But the reality is, you need a fully new roof.
Okay.
And until you address that, the way you've been doing this is the problem, you'll keep paying for the patches.
Yeah.
So that's the best analogy I've got. I'll keep working on it.
The Sabres dominate the Penguins last night, 5-1. They're now on a 5-game win streak. It's a bad day to be a draft pick in Buffalo as the Sabres acquire Logan Stanley and Luke Schenn from the Winnipeg Jets in exchange for forward prospect Isaac Rosén, defenseman Jacob Bryson, and a 2027 second and a 2026 fourth. It's also being reported that they have acquired veteran center Sam Carrick from the New York Rangers for a 2026 third and a 2026 sixth, originally Chicago's. The Bills also made a move at receiver, trading away their second-round pick for DJ Moore and a fifth-round pick from Chicago. Around the NFL, the Bears have released linebacker Tremaine Edmonds. ESPN's John Keim believes the Commanders could sign Brandon Ayuk to a one-year prove-it deal if the 49ers release him. Trey Wingo reports that the Cowboys are expected to shift their focus to signing Trey Hendrickson. And the Rams signed tight end Tyler Higbee to a 2-year, $8 million contract extension through 2027. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Sabres numbers across the ice. Patient scores! Oh, what a play on the far side of the ice by Owen Power. The offensive threat that is now Owen Power. Turning the power on, and it's 4-1 Buffalo with 9.5 to go in the second period in Pittsburgh, PA.
One of the first moments of the game brought to you by Firth Jewelers. So the moments in your life go forth to Firth. The Sabres win, beating Pittsburgh. The win streak rolls on. They come home for a 5-game homestand, which starts tomorrow against Nashville.
New nuances to an offense when he took over the play calling when he was the OC in Carolina. So he had new routes, new concepts, everything. So I mean, it's been a joy to watch him in Buffalo with Josh and see what they've done. So their offense has been electric.
Maybe misunderstood aspects of his offense. People think it's kind of an offense that just throws the ball underneath. A lot of that can be due to personnel as well. So I'm excited to see what his vision looks like.
Yeah, so it might be year to year. He might open it up this year and just go bombs over Baghdad, but or it's just stay shallow or in the immediate game. So I mean, it can go either way.
That is DJ Moore with Matt Harmon of Yahoo Sports and Reception Perception before he was traded to the Bills. Maybe he'll open it up this year. And that's something I think we could potentially get excited about. We're waiting to see the new look Joe Brady offense, if it's any different. And here is a stat to give you before we get to Mr. Sal Capaccio. We'll call it the stat of the day. And it's brought to you by Jan's Smoke Shop 2 and Gas Mart, where everything about Jan's Smoke Shop is smoking. From ESPN Insights, in the last 5 seasons in the NFL, 5 players have 50 catches or more on throws of 20 air yards or more. Okay? That's 5 players, 50 catches, 20 air yards or more. The list: CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, George Pickens, DJ Moore. 1 of 5. He is a specialist in getting the ball down the field in the air. Last year, the Bills had the lowest average target depth in the league at 9.2. We bring in Mr. Sal Capaccio to join us on the Western Hotline. Sal, good morning. Good to have you on. We got big news ahead of the start of the league year. I mean, a trade yesterday was very exciting as it came down, and you have your reaction to the player, reaction to the price, and then we start thinking about the fit. And to me, like that stat I just read off right there, any receiver that makes the Bills feel like they have more of that in their game, to me, is a good receiver to have on the team.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I mean, I think that this is what they've wanted, what fans have wanted, and noticed that the Bills have lacked in their offense. I think there's a bit of your clip there you played from DJ Moore and talking about Joe Brady and what we've talked about Joe Brady. There's a bit of is it Joe Brady? Does he want to do this more? Like, thinking about the screens last year, and yes, they did have, some explosive plays last year. A lot of that was run after catch. Didn't see as much down the field. There were times that happened, but is it dictated by personnel? Is it dictated by Sean McDermott's game plan? Is it Joe Brady just saying, I don't want to do it? I think this offseason, since Joe Brady has been hired, we have gotten an indication that the Bills and Joe Brady want to throw the ball down the field more. I just think there's no way around recognizing that is the case. And that's a good thing, right? I think it's a good thing. I think you should want that if you're the Buffalo Bills. This player represents, I think, the biggest kind of indication of that outside, because it's actually tangible. It's not just talking about it. It's not just Joe Brady saying, I want to throw the ball down the field more. Brandon Beane saying, I got to make sure he doesn't have receivers that look like you and me, right? Like, I think this is the biggest indication that is the case.
It really feels like, Sal, like most of the pushback on the move is not really about the player. Like, and that's where I stood. Like, when I first saw the news, and Rappaport also, of course, had said mid-round pick. So when we were at that point, I liked this move. I've liked the player the whole time. He's never really played with, until, I guess, last year he had Caleb Williams, a top-level quarterback. Like, those numbers he put up with Joe Brady, I think Bridgewater is the guy. It really didn't become a big problem for me and others, I think, until you just saw what the price of it was.
Yeah, I saw that too at mid-round pick, and I wonder, because there was nothing else involved, just DJ Moore mid-round pick. I don't know this, but I'm speculating now that maybe they had an offer like it was just a straight-up third or fourth, and then the Bears wanted more, and the Bills said, well, then you got to give us a fifth in return, right? Maybe that's what happened here. I'm not really sure. I think the compensation is a little heavy from what I would expect or thought that you would get, because I'll put it this way. If you had told me yesterday, before knowing the trade, the Bills acquired DJ Moore in a 5th-round pick, I would have said, okay, that means a better pick is going back, so it's probably at least a 4th, maybe a 3rd.
Yeah.
So you get to a 2nd, you're like, ooh, man, that's a bit much more than you thought. Now, that being said, this team, as much as 2nd-round pick is very valuable, they also need players like this, and they need to add to this group. And this is something that they're trying to win now, right? This is not a situation where you can wait on a 2nd-round pick for a couple of years to develop. If that's going to be a wide receiver, that might take a couple of years. Yeah, sure, rookies come in and play, but a lot of times it's 2 years, 3 years. They don't have that now. Yeah. They're trying to win right now. So I agree. Like, it's more than I thought it would be, and it seems like it's a bit much. But at the same time, like, this is an indication that, look, we wanted this player. We're going to put him in our lineup right now, and we got to make this deal.
Yeah, Sal, I thought it would be a clear goal for the GM to want a player he could, like, go to bed, put his head on the pillow. This guy can play in the league, right? Like, and
yes.
to me, that represents, if you want to say desperation, that's fine. I think desperation can sometimes be a good thing, and they're motivated to win now and to pay a price to do it. Like, all right, it is what it is. He sheds the notion that he does not value the position and thinks he can get by with just a bunch of guys. Like, to me, this trade sheds that. And then there are other conversations about if they build their room the best way, but at least he has kind of covered the glaring hole that he needed to cover.
Right. So 2 parts of this, and I'm glad you said that, Jeremy, because, like, look, you guys know you've had me on, and we've talked about this, and I've gone on with Schoten Bulldog many times, and I've said this offseason, which is I absolutely prefer bringing somebody who's been in this league and has skin in the game that's performed versus a draft pick. As exciting as a draft pick is, as much cheaper as a draft pick can be, they're just unknowns. Go get a known guy. You're not. This is, to me, this is, again, kind of 2020 revisited in a different way. 2020 was, I got to get Josh Allen a wide receiver, not a drafted guy. I got to get him a guy that knows how to play, that he can rely on. Yeah, we're in a different era now, Josh Allen, 6 years later. But now it's, you got to get a guy here who can win now, who can come in here and win. We can't wait. There are too many unknowns with a rookie. They could be great. There's no doubt about it. The Vikings did that after they traded with the Bills and got Justin Jefferson. We know that. But it doesn't have to hit right away. And Keon Coleman didn't hit right away. And they've gone down that road a couple of times, or maybe, with a couple of draft picks, whatever. But to me, getting a guy who can play was very important. So, yeah, if you want to land on the compensation's a little too much for you, I'm fine with that. I totally get that. Second-round pick is pretty heavy price to pay, like I said, but you're getting a guy versus someone who is unknown and coming into this league. You don't know what you're going to get, the chemistry, building that up with Josh Allen, versus a guy that the offensive coordinator / head coach knows, that worked with him, who was successful with him. And, oh, by the way, very reliable. The guy doesn't make games. He's played 17 games for 5 straight years. He's had 90 catches 3 times in his career. He's still not 30 years old. So you're getting a really good player. That part of it I agree with. And then, Jeremy, I mean, this was never about this offseason to me, filling up the wide receiver depth chart in any way. It always to me was, you have to get a guy that can go to the top of your depth chart. Mm-hmm. And I think he does, right? He whether you want to call him a number 1, quote unquote, wide receiver, he's certainly like the Bills' top guy in their depth chart, I think, over Khalil Shakir right now.
He's definitely their number 1. And
right.
Even beyond it's not a 1-year relationship, right, Sal? Like the reporting on the money about like they're guaranteeing salary in 2028, like you might wonder like how much he has left in the tank at 29, 30, 31. But like if they had signed Mike Evans, I would have thought that is all about this year, especially. Mm-hmm. This, especially with the money being included, I mean, they're expecting him to contribute for them in a big way for at least 3 years.
Right. And, as the deal was made, looking at that money, you're like, ooh, man, you're giving this guy that's going to hurt your cap. But obviously what you guys have seen, some of the reports coming out, the Bills, it looks like they can do some maneuvering here and get his salary cap down to, I think, $6 million, this year. And, they get rid of the $17 million other, money that he would have been due. And then, you have decisions to make down the road, and that's going to happen. I mean, they're going through that now with players like Dawson Knox, where, we don't know what's going to happen between now and, next Wednesday with some of these things. But the cap goes up every year. There's always levers you can pull. There's always contract extensions you can make and void years. So, yeah, the Bills aren't in a position now where they should be thinking about, necessarily 2 or 3 years, and what does it look like because we're trying to win a Super Bowl then? They're trying to win a Super Bowl now. So, that's what you do to make sure that, okay, we'll deal with that stuff later.
Yeah. Sal, how about Connor McGovern? Josh Reed yesterday reported that McGovern's representation did meet with the Bills at the Combine after he had said he had not heard from Bean. So who knows where that ultimately is. But there is the expectation that when the league year starts, he'll get a lot of attention, and maybe from the Bears, who the Bills is traded with. So, I don't know if you feel like the Bills could still leave that door open, because Josh Reed, his sources say the door is still open for McGovern.
Yeah, look, I think, as I said, I think to you guys yesterday, you wait as long as you can to keep the door open in case that things just don't go the way you thought they would, maybe by poking around and looking what else is out there. It's just challenging for the Bills to keep Connor McGovern. He's a good player. He's going to command a nice salary. The Bills have other areas where they got to spend. One of them was wide receiver. They just spent some assets. We'll see how the money goes. I believe the Bills are going to spend a lot of their free agent dollars on the defensive side to make sure that they can, shore up and figure out and help out Jim Leonard and what he wants to do. Would it stun me if, Monday we learn that the Bills, worked something out with Connor. I'd be surprised, but I mean, like these things happen sometimes. Maybe both sides go, you know what, we're better off with each other than without each other, and maybe we can work something out here. I just think, to me, it's always been very, very unlikely that both McGovern and Edwards were able to come back. And look, the Bills, they draft guys, they develop guys, and this is what you do it for, because you get to a point at some point where a player just isn't going to be able to fit on your roster anymore, and you're going to have to put somebody else in. And that's why they draft young players, and that's why they drafted Cedric Van Pran-Granger. That's why they drafted Chase Lunt last year. That's why they, have Alec Anderson, and they re-signed him to a new contract. They have Ryan Vandermark, by the way, who is a restricted free agent, who to me, like, that's a nice piece that you want to keep, but in order to keep him, you're going to have to tender him over, $3 million. That's pretty high. So maybe you work something out where you can keep him at a lesser rate and sign him to a lesser Alec Anderson type deal, because he's not going to be a starter. But sometimes you have to trust in the faith of building your program and the players to step right in. And this might be one of those times, because it might be just too challenging. This is not about Connor McGovern, the player. This is about Connor McGovern, the financials, and David Edwards, the financials. They're good players. The Bills like them. It's tough. So, yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there had been some sort of communication in some way, shape, or form, but both sides may understand right now that it's going to be very difficult.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Thanks, Sal.
All right, guys, you got it.
Start of the league year is Wednesday. Legal tampering begins Monday. Tony Pauline, I've seen this one other place too, that people in the league think the Bills will add another receiver still via the draft or free agency. And I don't know if we should entertain the idea that could still be a big name guy. I mean, if there's a 1-year deal out there to be had for, I don't know, is Evans off the board? I feel like Evans is not there anymore. It's not really what they would be looking for.
No. Now
you're looking for the do-everything guy. If you're filling out your room, you're DJ Moore on one side. It's Coleman. Are you going to run back with Coleman, or are you going to get somebody else? I don't know. But Tony Pauline reporting that the league still thinks the Bills are adding another one, whether that's free agency or the draft.
Draft seems so much more likely.
But I wouldn't really count it if it's 5th round. I know Khalil Shakir is a successful 5th rounder.
But is Tony Pauline taking the league thinking they add a receiver to mean a 5th round guy? Like, he probably would treat it as, like, no, that's another asset that is meaningful.
Sure. Where does it stop being meaningful? The third?
The 3rd round.
4th still?
Like, well, that's me personally. Right. I would say the 3rd round.
Right. 4th round doesn't count. It does. We know it does.
But it's
there are good receivers taken in the 4th, but
before day 3 of the draft.
Sure.
That's my cutoff.
Yeah, I don't know.
Doesn't mean a good player can't come on day 3. It's just I'm not going to treat it that way the offseason you do it.
Who wants to talk about a 1st and a 3rd for Max Crosby if that's the price? You trade away your 1st, your 2nd, and your 3rd.
And your 3rd. Just not have a draft.
Everyone want to talk about it? Pay him the contract?
Sabres trade their 1st today. Let's just not have draft picks this year.
That's what
draft picks?
That's what good teams
often
do.
We do like having these draft parties, though.
Draft party.
We'll have a day 3 draft party?
Sure. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe. Paul at 8:30. Mark Grote on the Bears. And DJ Moore at 9 here on WGR. Chad DeDominicis on the Western Hotline. Chad, the 2 pieces acquired from Winnipeg, defenseman Luke Shen and also defenseman Logan Stanley. What are the Sabres getting in these 2?
So Shen is the veteran, 36 years old, right shot defenseman. There's being nice. I don't think there's a lot left in the tank there. For me, it seems like he's probably your new 7th defenseman. I don't anticipate him playing many games, but what he does in the room, the playoff experience, I think having that veteran isn't something that should be overlooked. And also, it just builds depth. I mean, if you have injuries and you have, you don't want to get into Rochester guys, you have a guy who's played in the league, who's played playoff games, and you could throw him in there if you need it. So I'm not overly focused on what he's going to bring, because I just don't anticipate he's going to play a ton. Stanley, on the other hand, is probably, if everything goes well, going to be one of your top 6 regulars. I'm not going to hide it that I don't love it.
It's okay.
He's a big defenseman, 6'7", hits, physical, If you want a guy who will fight and defend his teammates, that is Stanley. Defensively, there's some good things around the net. He's good in that regard. He's obviously very size, good on the wall. That helps. And I think if they're looking to get, more physical and a little bit more, I don't know if they need more size, but maybe they thought they did on defense. That's what you get there. But this year he's having one of his best offensive season. So, there's that part of it, but he's also unrestricted free agents. You can kind of throw in, that might just be a free agent season kind of thing, and he's shooting like 12%, which is very unlike him. So there's a little bit of offense there, but I don't think he moves well enough to be that impactful. He moves good for 6'7", but maybe not what a Lindy Ruff system would want. And then the passing is really what scares me a little bit. The exits are not good. Throughout his career, they have not been good. But, this is a guy who's playing right now 20 minutes-ish this season with the injuries Winnipeg has had. Coming here, he's probably going to drop down to 13, 14. So if you can shelter him on a third-pair role, you probably can get by and be fine. The good news is if it doesn't go well, even though you gave up assets to get him, but if it doesn't go well, you have Timmins around and other options you can throw in there to replace him. Of course, like I said, it wouldn't be ideal to give up those assets and not play him, but I think in the right role, you're probably can find service there.
Contest time again.
Caller 5 at 716-221-4WGR. 4-pack of tickets to the Plantasia Garden and Landscape Show, which is coming to the fairgrounds in Hamburg Thursday, March 12th through the 15th. Kids 12 and under get in free.
High of 55 today.
Nice.
I cannot.
Wore pants.
I cannot wait to do some landscaping. Can't
Yeah?
wait. Yeah. You look in the backyard right around now, and it's just like, whoa, rough.
Yeah.
Mud season. Mud, leaves.
Yep.
Everything. So I'm excited to.
Yeah, it's gross.
Get out there.
It's going to be like a gross week or two until it starts. Well, maybe it's more than that. Start drying out.
True, but good news tomorrow. What's the high tomorrow?
67.
67.
Yeah.
Is that still the high for tomorrow? And what time
It was. Let me
and
look.
what time is Sabres face off? Like, I need the hourly forecast because we could have our first shorts going to the arena for a game that means something day in decades.
Tomorrow at 1 p.m., I got it being 66 degrees. By Sunday at face-off, I've got it being sunny, but also being 46.
Well, Saturday they play, too. So Saturday.
Okay, right. Yeah, so tomorrow, if you're going to the arena at 5 or 6, it's going to be 60.
Okay.
You got a little thunderstorm emoji there, though. So.
All right.
Short. Also, it is. I don't remember the last time I wore shorts to the arena. It's cold in the arena.
Yeah,
it depends where you sit.
True.
If I sat on the first row, I would not wear shorts because the ice is right there and it's freezing. If I was sitting anywhere else, maybe I'd wear shorts. I'm going to wear shorts Sunday. I'm committing. Although it's going to be a real feel of 36 somehow on Sunday.
Tremaine Edmonds has been released.
I'm interested. He just turned 23.
Right. The required age for Tremaine Edmonds' joke.
Yeah.
Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring. We have wide open phone lines. Do you want to give us your initial reaction to the DJ Moore acquisition, your current reaction to it? The Sabres, they had the Jets retain some salary in that Luke Schenn and Logan Stanley deal. They have $5 million in space today. Maybe something else is still coming. So trade deadline day and talking big Bills trade with you with wide open phone lines. Line them up. Let's go. 803-0550 here on WGR. The biggest thing for me, Joe, on this entire receiver conversation is I've always wanted for the Bills two things. One, get better. Mission accomplished. Number two, learn the lesson. Learn how your mistakes have made this problem for you. And that is still a to be determined, whether or not they have learned the lesson. Because trading a second for DJ Moore and paying him $75 million almost is the result of not drafting this position, which is this expensive. How are you ever going to get good receivers? Your choices are draft them or pay huge prices, pay huge markups. 29-year-old off a down year. This isn't saying he won't be good, but think about it. Oh, wow, he's on a down year. Maybe you can buy low. Your buy low on a 29-year-old with a big contract is a second-round pick.
Right.
That's how expensive the position is. So I'm thrilled they have a player of this caliber. It is not my favorite idea and outcome. If you want to call and make the case that you would have liked Alec Pierce and to keep your second-round pick, I think that's totally reasonable. There are a lot of other reasonable answers. The Bills landed on this one, and, all right, good. The offseason, is it over at wide receiver? It kind of might be materially over. And one last thing, there's the other part of this for me. I wanted them to have somebody established, and I thought Bean would feel a lot of pressure to not just turn it over to mid-round picks like a second and a third-round pick. And he didn't. He went out and got a guy that can play and plays in the playoffs and plays in big moments and gets you a big play in a big moment. I thought they would do that, and they did do that. So, to me, that part of it is a success. It definitely is a Band-Aid. It definitely covers a major hole. The second part of it is I've been working on the right analogy, Joe. It's like you've got a leak in your roof and it's really bad. It's a leak in your roof, and you keep patching up the leak. You keep patching it up, and DJ Moore is the best patch you've had yet. But the reality is, you need a fully new roof.
Okay.
And until you address that, the way you've been doing this is the problem. You'll keep paying for the patches.
Yeah.
So that's the best analogy I've got. I'll keep working on it. I thought it would be a clear goal for the GM to want a player he could go to bed, put his head on the pillow. This guy can play in the league. Right? And
yes.
To me, that represents, if you want to say desperation, that's fine. I think desperation can sometimes be a good thing. and they're motivated to win now and to pay a price to do it. Like, all right, it is what it is. He sheds the notion that he does not value the position and thinks he can get by with just a bunch of guys. Like, to me, this trade sheds that. And then there are other conversations about if they build their room the best way, but at least he has kind of covered the glaring hole that he needed to cover.
Right. So 2 parts of this, and I'm glad you said that, Jeremy, because, like, look, you guys know you've had me on, and we've talked about this, and I've gone on with Schoten Bulldogs many times, and I've said this offseason, which is I absolutely prefer bringing somebody who's been in this league and has skin in the game that's performed versus a draft pick. As exciting as a draft pick is, as much cheaper as a draft pick can be, they're just unknowns. Go get a known guy. You're not. This is, to me, this is, again, kind of 2020 revisited in a different way. 2020 was, I got to get Josh Allen a wide receiver, not a drafted guy. I got to get him a guy that knows how to play, that he can rely on. Yeah, we're in a different era now, Josh Allen, 6 years later. But now it's, you got to get a guy here who can win now, who can come in here and win. We can't wait. There are too many unknowns with a rookie. They could be great. There's no doubt about it. The Vikings did that after they traded with the Bills and got Justin Jefferson. We know that. But it doesn't have to hit right away. And Keon Coleman didn't hit right away. And they've gone down that road a couple of times, or maybe, with a couple of draft picks, whatever. But to me, getting a guy who can play was very important. So, yeah, if you want to land on the compensation's a little too much for you, I'm fine with that. I totally get that. Second-round pick is pretty heavy price to pay, like I said, but you're getting a guy versus someone who is unknown and coming into this league. You don't know what you're going to get, the chemistry, the building that up with Josh Allen, versus a guy that the offensive coordinator / head coach knows, that worked with him, who was successful with him. And, oh, by the way, very reliable. The guy doesn't make games. He's played 17 games for 5 straight years. He's had 90 catches 3 times in his career. He's still not 30 years old. So you're getting a really good player. That part of it I agree with. And then, Jeremy, I mean, this was never about this offseason to me, filling up the wide receiver depth chart in any way. It always to me was, you have to get a guy that can go to the top of your depth chart. Mm-hmm. And I think he does, right? He whether you want to call him a number 1, quote unquote, wide receiver, he's certainly like the Bills' top guy in their depth chart, I think.
Sabres numbers across the ice. Patient scores! Oh, what a play on the far side of the ice by Owen Power. The offensive threat that is now Owen Power. Turning the power on, and it's 4-1 Buffalo with 9.5 to go in the second period in Pittsburgh, PA.
The Sabres dominated the Penguins last night, 5-1. They're now on a 5-game win streak, and it was a bad day to be a draft pick in Buffalo as the Sabres acquired Logan Stanley and Luke Shen from the Winnipeg Jets in exchange for forward prospect Isaac Rosén, defenseman Jacob Bryson, and a 2027 second and a 2026 fourth. It's also being reported that they've acquired veteran center Sam Carrick from the New York Rangers on a 2026 third and a 2026 sixth, originally Chicago's. The Bills also make a move at receiver, trading away their second-round pick this year's draft for DJ Moore and a fifth-round pick from Chicago. Around the NFL, the Bears released linebacker Tremaine Edmonds. The Rams signed tight end Tyler Higbee to a 2-year, $8 million contract extension through 2027. ESPN's John Keim believes the Commanders could sign Brandon Ayuk to a 1-year prove-it deal if the 49ers release him. And Trey Wingo reports that the Cowboys are expected to shift their focus to signing Trey Hendrickson. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Everybody has been throwing shade at Brandon Beane, the GM of the Bills. I like the move. He just got DJ Moore, wide receiver, a number 1 wide receiver who never misses starts. The dude hasn't missed a start in like 5 years. DJ Moore worked with Joe Brady, the new head coach of the Bills in Carolina, and he had his best year. So DJ Moore is absolutely a number 1. Buffalo's got their quarterback, their running back, their left tackle, slot receiver, excellent tight ends. Now they've got their number 1. So if Keon Coleman, who knows? Maybe he works, maybe he doesn't. Takes wide receivers a while to work themselves into high-end luxury play. If he works, great. If he doesn't, fine. But this is a move I like. Then it also creates clarity. Buffalo can now use all their picks on the defensive side.
Colin Cowherd reacting to the DJ Moore trade. The Sabres have made the Sam Carrick trade official.
Yep.
So it is a 3rd rounder and a 6th rounder this year in exchange for Sam Carrick, 34-year-old Bottom 6 center, 10 points this year, and apparently good on faceoffs.
Yep, I would imagine that he would be like they are. Put yourself in this situation. They're up 3-2 with a minute to go in game 1 of the playoffs, and faceoffs in your own end. Sam Carrick is on the ice taking the faceoff. Like he's probably the guy now that's out there closing out games. Instead of that draw was being taken by. Good question. I had not thought of it. Who would have taken that draw before him?
Or just who comes out of the lineup?
Josh Dunn.
Okay.
He doesn't have to. Well, I guess the face-off point, maybe he would be in the lineup. Yeah, Josh Dunn would probably be my answer.
So we got Sabres trades, a Sabres win streak, a Sabres homestand, and the Bills, of course, have traded for DJ Moore. 803-0550 is our phone number. The Bills trading for DJ Moore, a second-round pick given up for DJ Moore, and they get a 5th back.
What does he have to do for it to be a good trade? It's way more than what the betting line of 700 yards
ready?
is.
Here you go. When they're in a playoff game, wherever it is, and it's the fourth quarter, and they are winning by 1 or trailing by 3, and Josh Allen needs to throw the ball to a person 17 yards down the field, he catches it. And then that's it.
That's it?
That's kind of all they need.
Yeah.
That's from the offense, they need that guy to make that catch. They need him to make the catch he made against the Packers in overtime.
Sure.
Hey, look, we need a shot to win the game. Who we throwing it to? The best receiver on the team.
So,
like that, what they've needed. We can all these arguments about where he ranks in the league. I saw one Bills content creator fan podcast got really mad at Mike yesterday for saying DJ Moore was not a top 32 receiver in the league, which I think is maybe a debate.
He wasn't a top 2 receiver on the Bears last year.
Sure.
So
it doesn't matter if he's a true number 1. People, I think
right.
Sometimes in the last year or plus, they've gotten it twisted that they need a true number 1. They need someone like a Diggs. Yes, you'd love to have that.
Yeah.
But what they've really needed is better. Really. They've just needed a lot better. They need to not go into a playoff game with Tyrell Shavers and Gabe Davis. And then when those two get hurt, be like, oh, man, they're really going to miss them. They need to not scour the streets for Brandon Cooks late in the season. They need to not, 4 games into a year, be desperate to get Amari Cooper. They need to just have a regular, normal year where the guys at that position are just good enough. And DJ Moore helps that greatly. So do I think he's one of the 32 best receivers in football?
I don't.
Maybe not.
I think he might not be that far behind that. But
he might be.
No.
And again, like if you're ranking the best receivers in football 1 to 50, I might have a 27-way tie between the 21st and the 48th. They have different jobs.
Yeah.
He has a tougher job than any receiver on the team. He's going to go on the outside all the time. Winning out there is not the same as winning in the slot. The Bills have kind of treated the guys on the outside. Oh, yeah, so-and-so can do that, and so-and-so can do that. Now they got a guy that does it his entire career. So they desperately have needed it. I don't think we have to argue about how good he is. He's pretty good.
I think he's a pretty good player. I think you're overrating him if you think he's like a bona fide stud number 1 receiver in the league. He might have been that when he was 24 years old.
If he was that, I think if he was that, the Bears would have restructured and kept him.
Yeah, for sure.
They would have just kept things going. Instead, they've got 2 young guys they think are going to kind of take over, and they'll probably draft another one.
I think on a team that has a really good receiving core, he's probably your number 2. In most instances, I think he's probably the number 2 on most teams in the league. And if you have a bad receiving core, which I think the Bills did, then he comes in and is your number 1, and he's an upgrade.
Yeah, you know what he'd be like. I hope this comes across as the compliment I mean, because if you had possibly been able to meld a couple of Bills teams together, if you had Diggs and DJ Moore was the Gabe Davis, you would have just been unstoppable.
Definitely.
Absolutely unstoppable.
If they had acquired him when Chicago did, or I guess even a couple years before that, then it would have been a lot better. He's played 2 playoff games in his career, by the way. They were both this past season. He had never been to the playoffs before last year. And remember, that was a down year for him in an offense that wasn't going to him a lot in the regular season. What did he do in the playoffs? He had, in the first playoff game against Green Bay, 6 catches on 7 targets for 64 yards and a touchdown. And then in the second game On 8 targets, he had 5 catches for 52 yards and a touchdown. So 2 playoff games, 11 catches, 116 and 2. Like that is not setting the world on fire, but I would take that level of contribution from a receiver in playoff games from the Bills this year. Like, you're finding the end zone. You're a reliable part of the offense. You might hope that there's a game mixed in there where he goes a little bit further than 60 yards. But I think the player is a really good player, and I don't think that it has to matter that he's not one of the 10 best receivers in the league. But I will reiterate, I think they paid the price of a guy that is of that caliber. Second-round pick plus 3 years, $70+ million, almost all of it guaranteed, is generally what you're paying for the guy that you think, oh, this guy is a bona fide true number one. That's around like what A.J. Brown would cost. So I think they overpaid, but I think the player makes them better.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Does this mean they spend everything else on their defense? Probably most of it.
I think so.
They're going to need to replace their center and maybe left guard. And, do they really want to stay married to Keon Coleman? That, I guess, is the next phase of what to do at receiver. If they roll out their group and it's going to be Moore and Palmer and Shakir and Coleman, and who am I forgetting?
I believe that is mostly the list.
Right now?
I mean, you're throwing in a rookie somewhere. You're throwing in a guy who plays special teams somewhere, right?
Like Mecole Hardman wants to come back.
Yeah, but he's not. I guess he's returning. He's doing kick return stuff. If they are going to need a receiver or want one that does all the Matt Collins, Tyrell Shaver stuff, like that person's not here.
Right.
So that could happen. Yeah, there's not. I'm gonna want the Coleman move even more now because if they don't move Coleman, I feel like their receiver position, without the special teams guy that I just mentioned, the receiver position is done.
Yeah, they could bring Cooks back.
I guess. I don't want them to be done at the position. And to not be done at the position, I think you need to move on from Keon Coleman.
Yeah. Well, I'll just say, here it is March 6th, and we'll get some calls in. But if they don't add another one in the draft, I regret to inform you that without a doubt, next year, we'll be talking about it at the draft. Because Palmer will then be gone. Coleman will be entering the final year, and you're going to feel – I don't know how you're going to feel about that. Anyway, right. Dominic in Buffalo. Hey, Dominic.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
We're good.
I just like to say a couple of things. I think that we got good value off the trade, getting a 5th-round pick and DJ Moore. He's obviously good talent. And even with Josh Allen as the quarterback, he will elevate his play, being just who he is. But now that we have DJ Moore, I'd like to focus specifically on the defense. We got some holes, especially when it comes to pressuring the quarterback. And I'd honestly like to hear from you guys who your prospects are going into the draft. Thank you.
Thank you. If you want to trade picks, you could trade for Max Crosby. If you want to just pay money, you could sign Trey Hendrickson. Mm-hmm. And I wonder, let's treat defensive end the way that we just treated receiver, which is I thought the GM would want to go make a move for a guy that's proven. He wasn't just going to let the receiver hole be filled by a 2nd rounder and a 3rd rounder. He would want a name, and he's done that with Moore. Does he want to do the same at defensive end, where I'm going to draft some. I'm going to draft one in the 1st round. I'll give you some names in a minute. But I'm going to go out and I'm going to give Trey Hendrickson big money, and I'm going to make sure everybody knows I have added proven names at the 2 positions I needed the most. It's time for us to win now. We're in a winning window. Why wouldn't we go for it? Trey Hendrickson, free agency, 3 years, $75 million. Same kind of deal. Or I don't know about trading for Crosby. Again, you've already done the picks and money.
Yeah.
So maybe I want to do just money here. And the free agent edge class and linebacker class is good. There are good answers here.
Yep.
In the draft, a guy that's mocked to where they are quite a bit is Cassius Howell of Texas A&M. This guy you might like.
Mm-hmm.
He has crazy short arms.
Yeah, he's the other guy with the really short arms.
But this guy has also crazy short arms, but he just runs past people. Do you want Khalil Mack? Does he rate?
He's still pretty good, right?
Yep. There are linebacker
I
ideas.
wonder if they feel like they have the money to still pay Trey Hendrickson.
They do.
And if they don't feel like if that's too difficult on everything, then I'm not going to be mad about that. If they decide, let's go cheap there and draft the defensive end, now that we have more, again, I'm hoping that would include, though, some other receiver pick down the road. That, to me, is fine. I wonder if they think they have the ability to spend a 3-year, $70 million contract on Hendrickson, given that they just basically signed more to a 3-year, $70 million contract.
Right. Well, that's what I mean. Like, would you just approach it the same way as they did receiver?
Right.
803-0550. Edge, linebacker. Like, you see C.J. Allen a lot.
Yep.
In the draft at their spot. There'll be names for sure. I mean, Michael Hoyt's going to return to this team. Will they trade somebody we don't see coming? What'll happen with Dawson Knox? Like, is he going to get cut? Is he just on this team? Right. There's still decisions to make over the next over the course of the weekend. Chuck in Pittsburgh is up next. Hey, Chuck. Good morning.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good.
So I lived in Pittsburgh for a little over a decade, and yesterday I went to the game, and it was just incredible to see him play that way. I haven't seen that in Pittsburgh ever, really. Pretty much every time I go, they lose. The atmosphere was great. After all the Penguins fans started to leave, there were Buffalo chants, and after the game, there were high fives and fist bumps, and some guy gave me a hug. I think he was a little drunk, but it was a great time all around, and it was just incredible. They were fast, they were aggressive from the start, and I just haven't seen that in person in so long, so it was just awesome to see.
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. These games have been more and more fun. We're all going on Sunday.
I did think I heard in the third period the game might have been 5-1 at that point, and Luukkonen made a save, and I thought I heard in the crowd the Luke chant.
Nice.
So there must have been some Sabre fans there. We've had 2 call in already today.
Yeah. Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that game yesterday was also, I don't know that I can remember a game where that amount of time was spent on the power play. The whole game was call. Like the whole second period. And by the way, like it was funny how in the first period it went because it was the same thing, like penalty. Nobody scored on the power play. The Sabres and Penguins traded shorthanded goals.
Yeah.
In the first. It was a weird game. Sloppy scrums all the time. We mentioned the Malkin slashing Dahlin in the neck play that he got tossed for, which I thought was deserved and should get suspended for.
Norris scored a power play goal, so as much as we all still think their power play is terrible, well, it's another game with a power play goal.
He scored a power play goal 4 minutes into a 5-minute power play. But sure, yes, he did.
Right.
Yep.
Power play is still a spot where if they have $5 million left in cap space, they could certainly look to upgrade it.
It looks so bad.
It looks very bad.
I don't know who that guy is. You mentioned to me in a break, Stamkos still is out there on these trade bait lists. That is a dream. Like, that would be – he's power play. He would help you a lot. He could play on the wing or center, top 6. Like, that is I'm trying to win the Stanley Cup move. I just added this guy, who's one of the greatest power play scorers, by the way, in NHL history. Oh, I would love that move so much. I don't think it's realistic. Like, it doesn't sound like he wants to leave Nashville, and if he does, he only wants to go to, like, Tampa or Dallas. But if they found a way to pull that off, I can't imagine being as excited after today about almost anything else.
Pat in Lakeview. Hey, Pat, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hey, on the DJ Moore, maybe you guys talked about this, but I was just wondering what you guys think he would have to do to justify that second-round pick this year. And also just about the Sabres, I'm a casual hockey watcher, and just something I noticed this year is they just go really hard. They're always after the puck, and it just creates opportunities. And I just wondering if you guys see the same. Thanks.
Thanks, Pat. Yeah, if you watch the Vegas game, it was kind of a rough one, and the bounce back here in Pittsburgh, I thought they looked a lot better in Pittsburgh. They are fast, and they are relentless, and they have a lot more buy-in than we've ever seen them have in a long time. So they look like a good hockey team. And every once in a while they do what they did last night, which is kind of, beat a team up pretty bad.
Yeah. On Moore, I'd like him to be a 1,000-yard receiver. Like, to have confidence going into the playoffs that he will make a difference for me, I'd like him to be a guy that's around 1,000 yards. If he has the year that his betting line is at, where he has 700 yards, I'm not thinking he's a big difference maker going into the postseason. It could still happen. I just don't know how confident I would be if he's a 50-catch guy going into January.
This is where I will use my same argument, but the other version of it. I mean, you've heard me say a million times, I don't care that you score 30 points a game.
Right.
What did you do in the game that mattered?
Right.
And I'll try to commit to that. I don't care if DJ Moore has 700 yards. In the game that matters, when it's 3rd and 7, to win the game or to get in the end zone against the Chiefs instead of your screen pass to Amari Cooper because no one can get open past the sticks. Can DJ Moore get open past the sticks? He has been a specialist on 20-plus yard throws. So if I'm getting that, then I'm justified. I'm going to be good. One thing about it, though, that it will be interesting to if you care about this and if you track this. I saw maybe Daniel Jeremiah yesterday. There's lots of thought that the 60th pick, where they picked, is in the sweet spot where there's a lot of talent. He wrote that picks 50 to 75 is really a good spot to be, and you won't notice the difference between players picked there and picked like in the 40s.
Mm-hmm.
That it's a good crop. What if the Bears trade that pick and they get Omar Cooper, and that guy ends up being great and part of their offense, and the Bills player is great. Is it maybe not the Jefferson trade all over again, but it's the Bills dip into known commodity. The other team takes the young guy, and the other team, has that benefit. I didn't quite choose this for stat of the day, and I didn't tweet it because I don't want you to get mad at me for pointing this out, because it doesn't have to even mean anything. You take it to mean what you want. I'll take it to mean what I want. The Bills and what they've done with picks, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd round. Brandon Beane's been the general manager since the 2018 draft, right?
Yep.
He gets the job soon after 2017, but the 2018 draft is his first draft. Since then, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd round picks, he has drafted 1 receiver. He has traded for 4. So take it for what it's worth. He doesn't want to take receivers in the draft. He wants to trade for them. And there's a cost of doing it that way. And, the Bills are clearly comfortable with the cost. So is it perfect? No. But if it gets them across the line, then, job well done.
Yep.
Mike in Cheektowaga. Hey, Mike.
Yeah. I don't like this trade for a couple different reasons. It's one, like, McDermott definitely had his influence on how the offense was going to be run the last few years. Very run heavy. I think they were like over 50% in run the pass ratio. And analytics have proven that passing is more efficient than moving the ball than running. But I understand wanting to establish the run, set up the play action. But even analytics have proven that you don't need to run the ball for play action to be effective either. So you just look at like, okay, Cook, he leads the league in rushing this year. There's going to be a natural regression next year. So with that being said, you're going to want to throw the ball more. You want a higher end for your number 1 receiver. You don't. Bean has this habit of the past however long he's been here of trying to take 2s and 3s and trying to slot him in that number 1 spot, and it just doesn't work. I just my hands are up in the air. I don't know what to say, guys.
I don't think you're wrong about that. They are always taking someone else's insert number here and
usually
bumping it up. Oh, Josh Palmer can do this, and this player can do that. But
usually they're taking a number 3 and asking them to be a number 2.
Right.
And that was Samuel and Palmer.
Yeah, in this case, they're probably taking a guy that was about to be a number 2 and turning him into their number 1, which they might be able to get away with.
I would love to see evidence that they can do that, by the way. Like they did that when Brian Dable was leading the offense. John Brown was not a number 1 receiver. He came here, and guess what? It actually looked pretty good as him being a number 1 receiver. He was a 1,000-yard guy. Then the next year, Diggs, who in Minnesota was a number 2 guy, all right, we're going to bring him in, and he's going to be our number 1. And then he was like one of the best number 1s. Dable proved he could do that. Beasley was the same thing. Beasley in Dallas. He was Dallas's number 3. He comes here. All right, you're going to be our number 2. Well, that went really well. Here, whenever that's been asked of Joe Brady, with McDermott above him. You can decide if you think that's going to matter. Whenever that's been asked of Joe Brady, it has failed. Josh Palmer was not capable with this coach of becoming a number 2. Samuel was not capable of becoming that player. So I hope that stops here. Elijah Moore, right? Elijah Moore was a number 3 receiver.
Yep.
Didn't do that here. Like, you've got guys that have actually been right around the stat line that DJ Moore was last season, right? Moore, Samuel, Palmer, these are 3 receivers that were all, mid guys that were all around 500, 600, 700 yards. They all came here and had the worst season of their careers. All of them. And some of them was due to injury, but even when they were on the field, it wasn't looking good. What's going to happen with DJ Moore? You'd hope the opposite, right?
You'd hope.
600 yards to 300 yards like those other 3 would be a disaster. You need to do the opposite. 600 yards to, again, be a guy that can be a focal point, can be a number 1, can be a 1,000-yard guy, and then going into the playoffs, I feel like I can actually be counting on him in those big games. How about, included in those big games, how about someone that's producing against New England? Those games are going to be big now. And last year, I had the coach after the New England game saying, well, guys, they have the best corners in the league. I don't know what you want me to do. It was like the message after they lost at home to New England last year, which cost them a home playoff game.
Right. And that's where...
And those games will be big next year, too.
Well, that's where, listen, they've upgraded. If you want to get deep into this room, I know we have so much on the defense to ultimately get to, but DJ Moore is an upgrade. There's no doubt about it. If DJ Moore draws double coverage and draws attention, that's good. He might actually earn gravity. No one on this Bills roster on the outside had ever really, well, I shouldn't say ever, but teams told the Bills all the time, we are not afraid of your guys on the outside. Maybe now there's one. And if you think, I'm just going to warn this, if you think that means, well, Keon Coleman will now get better opportunities, I don't think so. Coleman has consistently faced single coverage because nobody's afraid of him. And I think that will still be the case. Will they keep rolling that out there? Maybe. And if he gets better at it, then great. But it's kind of another year where it's, well, can you count on him? Because if they truly wanted to be a great group, then you'd probably move in a different direction and have somebody else over there that you think can help play off of Moore better, draw attention away from Moore. Ideally, you have 2 that draw attention away from each other. How does Joe Brady mix that in with Kincaid? Does he stay healthy? So they're definitely better. They're definitely better. Should they want to get better still? I guess that's debatable. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. More of your phone calls. Paul Hamilton as well. The Sabres win streak continues. We got 2 teams making trades, going for it. Temperature's going to be 55. It's a Friday. Going to have a fish fry today.
It's still muddy. I am also going to have a fish fry today.
It is muddy. But it's a good time. You can join us. Also, a guest from Chicago to tell us all about his DJ Moore's time in Chicago coming up top of the hour here on WGR. Chad DeDominicis on the Western Hotline. Chad, the 2 pieces acquired from Winnipeg, defenseman Luke Shen and also defenseman Logan Stanley. What are the Sabres getting in these 2?
So Shen is the veteran, 36 years old, right shot defenseman. There's being nice. I don't think there's a lot left in the tank there. For me, it seems like he's probably your new 7th defenseman. I don't anticipate him playing many games, but what he does in the room, the playoff experience, I think having that veteran isn't something that should be overlooked. And also, it just builds depth. I mean, if you have injuries and you don't want to get into Rochester guys, you have a guy who's played in the league, who's played playoff games, and you could throw him in there if you need it. So I'm not overly focused on what he's going to bring because I just don't anticipate he's going to play a ton. Stanley, on the other hand, is probably, if everything goes well, going to be one of your top 6 regulars. I'm not going to hide it that I don't love it.
It's okay.
He's a big defenseman, 6'7", hits, physical. If you want a guy who will fight and defend his teammates, that is Stanley. Defensively, there's some good things around the net. He's good in that regard. He's obviously very size, good on the wall. That helps. And I think if they're looking to get more physical and a little bit more, I don't know if they needed more size, but maybe they thought they did on defense. That's what you get there. But this year he's having one of his best offensive season. So, there's that part of it, but he's also unrestricted free agents. You can kind of throw in, well, that might just be a free agent season kind of thing, and he's shooting like 12%, which is very unlike him. So there's a little bit of offense there, but I don't think he moves well enough to be that impactful. He moves good for 6'7", but maybe not what a Lindy Ruff system would want. And then the passing is really what scares me a little bit. The exits are not good. Throughout his career, they have not been good. But, this is a guy who's playing right now 20 minutes-ish this season with the injuries Winnipeg has had. Coming here, he's probably going to drop down to 13, 14. So if you can shelter him on a third-pair role, you probably can get by and be fine. The good news is if it doesn't go well, even though you gave up assets to get him, but if it doesn't go well, you have Timmins around and other options you can throw in there to replace him. Of course, like I said, it wouldn't be ideal to give up those assets and not play him, but I think in the right role, you're probably can find service there.
The biggest thing for me, Joe, on this entire receiver conversation is I've always wanted for the Bills two things. One, get better. Mission accomplished. Mm-hmm. Number two, learn the lesson. Learn how your mistakes have made this problem for you. And that is still a to be determined, whether or not they have learned the lesson. Because trading a second for DJ Moore and paying him $75 million almost is the result of not drafting this position, which is this expensive. How are you ever going to get good receivers? Your choices are draft them or pay huge prices, pay huge markups. 29-year-old off a down year. This isn't saying he won't be good, but think about it. Oh, wow, he's on a down year. Maybe you can buy low. Your buy low on a 29-year-old with a big contract is a second-round pick.
Right.
That's how expensive the position is. So I'm thrilled they have a player of this caliber. It is not my favorite idea and outcome. If you want to call and make the case that you would have liked Alec Pierce and to keep your second-round pick, I think that's totally reasonable. There are a lot of other reasonable answers. The Bills landed on this one, and, all right, good. The offseason, is it over at wide receiver? It kind of might be materially over. And one last thing, there's the other part of this for me. I wanted them to have somebody established, and I thought Bean would feel a lot of pressure to not just turn it over to mid-round picks like a second and a third-round pick, and he didn't. He went out and got a guy that can play and plays in the playoffs and plays in big moments and gets you a big play in a big moment. I thought they would do that, and they did do that. So, to me, that part of it is a success. It definitely is a Band-Aid. It definitely covers a major hole. The second part of it is I've been working on the right analogy, Joe. It's like you've got a leak in your.
Sabres numbers across the ice. Patient scores! Oh, what a play on the far side of the ice by Owen Power. The offensive threat that is now Owen Power. Turning the power on, and it's 4-1 Buffalo with 9.5 to go in the second period in Pittsburgh, PA.
The Sabres dominated the Penguins last night, 5-1. They're now on a 5-game win streak. It's a bad day to be a draft pick in Buffalo as the Sabres acquire Logan Stanley and Luke Shen from the Winnipeg Jets in exchange for forward prospect Isak Hussein, defenseman Jacob Bryson, and a 2027 second and a 2026 fourth. Now official, they've also acquired veteran center Sam Carrick from the New York Rangers on a 2026 third and a 2026 sixth, originally Chicago's. The Bills also make a move at receiver, trading away their second-round pick for DJ Moore and a fifth-round pick from Chicago. Looking around the NFL, the Bears released linebacker Tremaine Edmonds. The Rams signed tight end Tyler Higbee to a 2-year, $8 million contract extension through 2027. Trey Wingo reports the Cowboys are expected to shift their focus to signing Trey Hendrickson. And ESPN's John Kine believes the Commanders could sign Brandon Ayuk to a 1-year prove-it deal if the 49ers release him. Also tonight, Rochester Americans are back in action at 7, taking on the Laval Rocket. That's your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Kelly on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Get to Paul Hamilton in a few minutes here. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Friday. What else happened yesterday that might get buried by the Bills making a trade and the Sabres making 2 trades and winning again?
The game.
The game gets
the
buried.
game where Malkin slashed Darlene in the throat. Tremaine Edmonds got released.
Yep.
There was a Brandon Ayuk report about the Commanders, which shouldn't surprise anybody.
Right, he's got a connection with Jaden Daniels.
They're looking at a 1-year prove-it deal. They would like to sign him to that. I don't think I saw anything else. There were hockey trades, but nothing that jumped off the page.
No blockbuster hockey trade, right?
No, Nicholas Waugh went to Colorado, and Toronto got a first, but
conditional first.
After
right?
seeing that chart from the first-round picks traded from then, like in the last 15 years, and having no good players on it, I just can't. I can't get on board with the idea that like those are even big trades.
Listen,
like if a team is trading a late first-round pick for someone else's third liner.
Right. The Sabres in the last 24 hours have traded away a 2026 third, fourth, and 6th, and a 2027 second. And I'm here to tell you, none of those matter. They will never matter.
Likely, yeah.
Sure. Don't even worry about it.
The seconds are it's like 33% that they make the league.
If you want to get that back, you could get that back in a heartbeat. It will never matter. A 2027 second-round pick has the equal value to a coupon for a free ice cream cone, but the store where you get the ice cream cone is a 35-minute drive away.
What? What are you gonna make the drive? What are you gonna add the drive?
Because that's the value. It's not.
Oh, because you're not going to.
It's not worth an ice cream cone
I see.
next to your house. It's an ice cream cone that's a 35-minute drive. That's a second-round pick. Not worthless.
Yeah,
but
I mean, some teams are trading 2029 picks around. Sabres haven't done that.
That's an ice cream store that's 2 hours away. Hey, Paul Hamilton joining us on the Western Hotline. Hey, Paul.
Hey guys, how are you?
How'd you like that game last night?
Well, they finally did something to the Pittsburgh Penguins. I mean, the Penguins have been kind of a thorn in their side, and you were talking about it yesterday. You're exactly right. It seemed like you come to Pittsburgh and Buffalo takes the lead, maybe gets a 2-goal lead, and then gets to the second period. Next thing you know, Penguins score 3 and they're ahead and they win. I mean, it just seemed like no matter who the Sabres had on their team, that's what would happen when they go to Pittsburgh, and they had lost to them twice this year. But they had a pretty dominant game. Malkin kind of helped the way because from that point on, I thought the Sabres really took over.
Yep.
And, had a nice game. And it's kind of weird when you see 3 shorthanded goals scored, 2 by Buffalo and 1 by Pittsburgh. And, Joe, am I allowed to troll Jeremy?
About what? Of course, yeah. Let's hear it.
That's okay?
Yeah, I'm giving approval.
Okay. Jeremy, the Sabres have a power play goal in 9 of their last 11 games.
I did bring that up, Paul.
Unbelievable.
I did bring that up. And then Joe pointed out it did take 4 of the 5 minutes to get it.
Yeah.
But that's okay. Coaches will tell power plays, don't get frustrated.
Well, all right, but they also gave up a shorty, which means they're even on the night on the power play. If you give up a shorthanded goal, you're even.
Although, wait, to be fair, they also got a shorthanded goal.
That doesn't go in your power play stats. Their power play was even.
One of the 2 games they did not get a power play goal was Vegas, and they only had 1 power play.
Wasn't yesterday kind of the same thing, Paul, right? Like, I watched, and they had a lot of opportunities, right? They do get a power play goal, and I feel like I can't be mad about it because they scored, but I still don't feel like it looks good.
Yeah, that's the problem with it. I mean, they might in a certain game get 4 power plays, score a goal, and the other 3 are like, what are you doing?
Right.
Type of a thing. I mean, that was everything you'd want in a power play. You got guys going to the net. You get a good rebound. Norris is going to the net, pops it in. And, that's what you're looking for in a power play. So, but then you watch some of the other power plays in a game, then you scratch your head going, what are you guys doing? You know, it's a very strange dynamic.
It was a strange game, too, right? Like, it was a parade to the penalty box. I mean, there was the Malkin penalty, which, you know, ended up being a lot of the Pittsburgh penalty minutes, but you had 13 penalties called in the game. It felt like you barely got any 5-on-5 time at some stretches.
Yeah, because what we're noticing, like the Vegas game, there were hardly any power. And quite honestly, and you know how I don't like NHL officiating, I don't think the officials missed all that much in the Vegas game. I don't think they were letting a lot go. It's just there weren't really all that many penalties to call. And but we have seen, I think, a lot of playoff officiating recently where they're basically letting a lot go. And unless you basically flip the puck over the glass or do what Malkin did, or do what Dahlin did to make Malkin do that, you're getting to a point now where we're watching playoff refereeing.
Paul Hamilton. Paul, quick question before we get to the trades. The Sabres' ceiling, how far can they go? And I want to ask a second version of it. How far can they go if Josh Norris is in the lineup the whole time?
Josh Norris said in the post-game show last night he's having the most fun of his career, and he's acting like it on the ice. He just was snake bit for a while. He was getting chances, but they weren't going in the net. Now they're starting to go into the net for him. So you know, it's one of those things. Yeah, if he can stay healthy, you know, look at what they're doing. I mean, guys, March 5th. Yesterday was March 5th. On March 5th, they went past last year's point total, and there's still 20 games to go. Last year they had 79. They now have 80. Mm-hmm. You know, so you look at that, and you know, Rasmus Dahlin had a great big smile on his face afterwards saying, isn't this much more fun than what we did before?
Yeah, Paul, they're tied for first in the division. I had not thought that was realistic, but they've made up 8 points in a week. I know Tampa still has games in hand, but they play each other on Sunday. I mean, how realistic do you think it is that if they can track down the Lightning here and get home ice?
That's the thing. Right now, if you win those 2 games against Tampa, you've taken their games in hand away from them. Because now you've picked up 4 more points on them, which is what Tampa could pick up with their games in hand. So now, you know, you've basically taken those games in hand away from them if you're able to win those 2 head-to-head matchups in Buffalo. As you mentioned, the first one is Sunday.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Paul, your review of the trades. Samuel Carrick, the Sabres announced it as official for a third and a sixth. And then Isaac Rosen, Jacob Bryson with 2 picks going to Winnipeg for a pair of defensemen, Luke Schenn and Logan Stanley. What do you make of the moves?
Yeah, I mean, this year Rosen has come up and done better, but I'm still not at all convinced that he's going to be an NHL player. It just wasn't happening here for him, I don't think. So, you know, I don't think if you're going to lose one of your prospects, I think that probably was a good idea. Carrick, I think, is excellent because, you know, I like Dunn. I like Kozak, but I think he's a better version of either one of them. I mean, his face-offs, you can't argue with that at all. And he will be taking key face-offs for the Sabres. I think he will combine very well with Mallenstein. And, you know, I had heard through the grapevine that Kekalainen thought this team needed to be tougher. And first, he according to reports, he went for the big swing. Well, it wasn't there. St. Louis wasn't going to trade Thomas unless they got an offer they couldn't refuse, and Kekalainen wasn't going to go that far. And then he tried to get the defenseman, Parayko, and they were willing to go what it was going to take, but he nixed that trade. So then Kekalainen is like, well, the big swing hasn't been there right now, so let's work on the depth. Let's work on making this team tougher. Stanley does that. Now, what Stanley also does, he's having a good year offensively this year, but Buffalo has done such a good job of cleaning up their own end, cutting the turnovers way down, and playing good defensive hockey so their goaltenders don't have to face 3-on-1s all night. and their goaltenders have responded well to that too. Stanley has a turnover problem. He's not the greatest in his offensive zone. So I'm thinking it'll be another defenseman that might play for a while during a game, but when you get into the 1-1 game or the 2-1 game in the third period, you probably won't see much of him.
That's what happened. That's what happened in Winnipeg last year in the playoffs, Paul. Like, he would play early and then would often find the bench. I was looking at that a lot today. Like, he only averaged 11 minutes during their playoff run last season.
Yeah, and Schen's a two-time Cup champion. I think it's a good depth. I think you've improved your depth, over Bryson. He's a different type of a player, but he's a winning player. He knows what it takes to win, and, a good number 7 guy. It doesn't alleviate, I don't think, the minutes that some of the top 4 guys get, which I would have liked to have seen, but they tried to do that, and it didn't work. I mean, Parayko turned him down. So the next best thing is, we're going to get tougher. We're going to bring in some experience. We're going to bring in some face-offs. And we're going to make the bottom part of our lineup better to help the top part of our lineup be better also. So, I like the trades. I mean, you didn't have to give up a lot to get any of these players. And you move forward, and I think you have improved your team.
You think they're done, or would Jarmo maybe be open to something else still if he wants to, make a splash? He still might hunt for one.
I think I'm going to say, now that I've seen him in action in both Columbus and Buffalo, Jarmo Kekalainen is never done. Mm-hmm. He could trade for Thomas in the next hour, and I would still say he's not done. He's still calling, still trying to do things, so he may not make another trade, but I don't think he's done. I think those phones will be burning up right till 3 o'clock.
I pointed out earlier, Paul, they retained salary in the Winnipeg deal. Winnipeg did. Like, are you doing that unless you want to save room in case there is a move to come still?
No, absolutely. So it just keeps flexibility in his hands if he needs to use that flexibility. So I think that's good planning also, because you don't know at 1 o'clock this afternoon if somebody's going to call and say, hey, are you interested in this guy? And you're like, ooh, he's available? Okay. You don't know if that call is going to come, and you want to have that flexibility just in case that call does come. So, I think that's good planning on Kekalainen's part.
Paul Hamilton's appearance brought to you by Relax Honda. Relax, we got this. Thank you, Paul.
Take care, guys.
5-game homestand on the way for the Sabres. Nashville, Tampa.
Who helped us out a little bit yesterday, right?
San
Nashville
Jose.
Beat, Boston.
San Jose, Washington, and the Leafs. Are the Caps selling?
They made a seller's move yesterday.
They did.
Yeah.
John Carlson to the Ducks.
Oh, sorry. That was the bigger one, right?
Yeah.
Nick Dowd was the little one. They traded John Carlson.
Yeah.
That's weird, isn't it? Ovechkin at this age, you're not going to try to exhaust all the season to try to make it with him again?
That's the Tuck trade. That's final year of a deal. Let's get something for a guy that we get a return on.
I guess I'm just wondering, because of Ovechkin's presence still being on the team, I'm surprised that you wouldn't want to – you would have him on the team and still be making like a rebuilder's trade.
Yeah. You want to trade for Ovechkin? He's a pending UFA.
Oh my! Is that a let's get stupid, or is that a real idea?
You want to fix the power
play?
Do
I want to trade for Ovechkin? Absolutely, I want to trade for Alex Ovechkin.
How many power play goals do you have?
What do they want? This year?
Yeah.
He only has 4 this year.
Listen, change of
He's
scenery.
40.
I think he's due for a change. 803-0550. Mark Grote of the Score in Chicago coming up top of the hour to chat with us about DJ Moore. His time in Chicago comes to an end. We'll get to know DJ Moore a little bit, courtesy of Mark. Coming up, top of the hour here on WGR. I thought it would be a clear goal for the GM to want a player he could go to bed, put his head on the pillow. This guy can play in the league, right? And
yes.
To me, that represents, if you want to say desperation, that's fine. I think desperation can sometimes be a good thing. and they're motivated to win now and to pay a price to do it. Like, all right, it is what it is. He sheds the notion that he does not value the position and thinks he can get by with just a bunch of guys. Like, to me, this trade sheds that. And then there are other conversations about if they build their room the best way, but at least he has kind of covered the glaring hole that he needed to cover.
Right. So 2 parts of this, and I'm glad you said that, Jeremy, because, like, look, you guys know you've had me on, and we've talked about this, and I've gone on with Schoten Bulldog many times, and I've said this offseason, which is I absolutely prefer bringing somebody who's been in this league and has skin in the game that's performed versus a draft pick. As exciting as a draft pick is, as much cheaper as a draft pick can be, they're just unknowns. Go get a known guy. You're not. This is, to me, this is, again, kind of 2020 revisited in a different way. 2020 was, I got to get Josh Allen a wide receiver, not a drafted guy. I got to get him a guy that knows how to play, that he can rely on. Yeah, we're in a different era now, Josh Allen 6 years later. But now it's, you got to get a guy here who can win now, who can come in here and win. We can't wait. There are too many unknowns with a rookie. They could be great. There's no doubt about it. The Vikings did that after they traded with the Bills and got Justin Jefferson. We know that. But it doesn't have to hit right away. And Keon Coleman didn't hit right away. And they've gone down that road a couple of times, or maybe, with a couple of draft picks, whatever. But to me, getting a guy who can play was very important. So, yeah, if you want to land on the compensation's a little too much for you, I'm fine with that. I totally get that. Second-round pick is pretty heavy price to pay, like I said, but you're getting a guy versus someone who is unknown and coming into this league. You don't know what you're going to get, the chemistry, the building that up with Josh Allen, versus a guy that the offensive coordinator / head coach knows, that worked with him, who was successful with him. And, oh, by the way, very reliable. The guy doesn't make games. He's played 17 games for 5 straight years. He's had 90 catches 3 times in his career. He's still not 30 years old. So you're getting a really good player. That part of it I agree with. And then, Jeremy, I mean, this was never about this offseason to me, filling up the wide receiver depth chart in any way. It always to me was, you have to get a guy that can go to the top of your depth chart. Mm-hmm. And I think he does, right? He whether you want to call him a number 1, quote unquote, wide receiver, he's certainly like the Bills' top guy in their depth chart, I think, over Khalil Shakir right now.
He's definitely their number 1.
So yesterday, quick minute here, I was at a local establishment and the NHL Network was on. Trades are happening, but there was a problem. Every time it cycled through the trades, they would run the thing with the little blue box
the ticker
would twist and go, trade alert, trade alert, trade alert. And it's the Michael Bunting trade again. He got traded for like a third. And every time it got me.
Like that it was going to be a new trade?
Yes, it was just the graphic to announce, here are the trades that have been made today. And it's like, trade alert. Every time I'm looking, waiting. What? Who?
So what do you want? You want like one? You're only allowed to use trade alert once on each trade?
Yeah. Otherwise, it's the ticker. An alert means heads up.
Right, that's fair.
Alert.
Right, it's not an alert if it keeps running through.
Correct.
It's the ticker.
That's right. Yeah. So I was pump faked a million times.
Shouldn't we get a ticker in here? There's room for it, right?
Sure.
They sell those?
Yeah. Let's get us. Let's get
Just
a lot of.
Put it up there.
Let's get
or
a lot
behind me.
Let's get a lot of stuff in here.
I got a ticker on for you guys every morning.
It's true.
On.
That's right.
True.
That's fair.
You guys have
Yeah,
a ticker.
The stream has a ticker. Meanwhile, the boss next door got a brand new TV. We got to get to work in here. How about a sauna in the corner?
Some cold tub, hot
like during
tub
the breaks?
situation.
Sure, why not?
A cold tub in here would be great.
That would be good.
There's room right over here.
On the Bears and DJ Moore's time there, Mark Grote of The Score joins us on the other side. Find out how the time went, why he was expendable, if they liked the return they got in that deal. 803-0550, that, and your phone calls on DJ Moore, on the Sabres on deadline day, all coming up here on WGR.
Sabres numbers across the ice. Patient scores! Oh, what a play on the far side of the ice by Owen Power. The offensive threat that is now Owen Power. Turning the power on, and it's 4-1 Buffalo with 9.5 to go in the second period in Pittsburgh, PA.
Sabres dominate the Penguins last night, 5-1. They're now on a 5-game win streak. It's a bad day to be a draft pick in Buffalo as the Sabres acquire Logan Stanley and Luke Schenn from the Winnipeg Jets in exchange for forward prospect Isak Rosén, defenseman Jacob Bryson, and 2027 second and a 2026 fourth round pick. Now official, they've also acquired veteran center Sam Carrick from the New York Rangers for a 2026 third and sixth round picks, originally Chicago's the 2026 sixth. The Bills also make a move at receiver, trading away their second-round pick this year for DJ Moore and a fifth-round pick from Chicago. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's John Keim believes the Commanders could sign Brandon Ayuk to a one-year prove-it deal if the 49ers release him. Trey Wingo reports that the Cowboys are expected to shift their focus to signing Trey Hendrickson. Also, the Rochester Americans back in action tonight at 7, taking on the Laval Rocket, and the NHL trade deadline coming up later today at 3. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Callie on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
On the fake, Williams looking downfield, launching downfield, going for it all! It is caught! Bears win it!
I think the temperature's not 60 because we flat out would not be able to handle it right now. Too much going on. We had a big trade for the Bills, a couple trades for the Sabres, another win streak. They're tied for first. They have a 5-game homestand. If it were 60 on a Friday today, we would not be able to handle it to be in the 50s. Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. We're going to talk with Mark Grote of The Score in Chicago about DJ Moore, who the Bills acquire with a second-round pick in exchange for DJ Moore and a fifth. Mark, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Thanks for taking some time today.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you guys doing?
We're all right. Good. We the DJ Moore trade. Want to talk to you about that? The player the Bills are getting, the return, the trade that was. I think a lot of the reaction around here when they trade for Moore was, okay, this is a player that rates in the league. And then I think a lot of the reaction was the price seemed a little steep to be a second-round pick as the primary piece, Mark. So do you feel like that's appropriate? Are the Bears feeling like they did really well in the trade of DJ Moore?
Yeah, I think they should. That was my original reaction as well. As I was on the air doing our show yesterday when the news broke, and at first it was pretty ambiguous as to whom or what the Bears would get in return. And I was hearing mid-round pick, which would connote third to fifth, and I was like, okay. And then all of a sudden we hear that it's a second-round pick, and I don't think the Bears could have done much better than that. I think that is terrific for the Bears' sake. But Buffalo is getting a really good product. I don't know that DJ Moore, you look at him and say, yeah, that's a slam dunk, no doubt about it, prototype number one wide receiver in the league. But he's a pretty good wide receiver who, when he in his first year with the Bears with Justin Fields, who we all know did not work out here or anywhere for that matter at this point, over 1,300 yards that season. In 2024, almost 1,000-yard season again, 966. There was a dip this year. But yeah, to answer your question, I think you nailed it. Second-round pick, pretty good for the Bears. But you will get a player plug-and-play player who will be productive for the Buffalo Bills this year, especially with the quarterback that you guys have there.
And he's been healthy, right? He's been available a lot, and productivity with different quarterbacks. I mean, respect to Caleb Williams, do you feel like Bills fans that think he could find another gear here, find another level, should reasonably think so, given that he's playing with Josh Allen?
Yeah, absolutely, and you're right. And I heard in the intro too. Like he's an Iron Man. I mean, he played in every single game with the Chicago Bears, and we watched him limp off the field, hobble off the field, dizzy off the field. He was hit below the waist, if you will, in a game. Spent the night at a hospital. Took a couple days off of practice, and it was back on the field. So this guy is a legit Iron Man who will play in every single game unless something really, really awful happens. But he should be a friend to Josh Allen. I think the best way that DJ Moore was used in Chicago, yeah, you could absolutely throw downfield to him. We saw some epic plays that he made in a Bears uniform, some of the biggest catches really in franchise history this past year. But one of the best ways to use DJ Moore is to get the ball to him in space and let him cook. The Bears used him out of the backfield a number of times as well as a running back. But the idea is, this is not a big, tall dude. It's a guy who can be shifty and you can use in all sorts of different ways. So, I think Josh Allen is going to be a really good help for him. And also the fact that he gets reunited with, and I'm sure you guys have talked about this, with Joe Brady, the new head coach of the Bills, who was his offensive coordinator in Carolina, where he was extremely productive, obviously, for 2 years, which is why the Bears traded for him in the first place.
How concerned should we be about what happened last year in Chicago when his career total or his totals went down, but he was on the most productive offense that he had ever been on? Was that just a product of the offense, or is there a concern that there is a decline here?
Well, that's a great question. And, we've dealt the word that has come up in Chicago over the last 2 years under Caleb Williams specifically has been chemistry issues with Caleb Williams in particular. I mean, in Caleb Williams' first year, DJ Moore had some body language issues, some plays where it looked like he gave up on plays. And when Ben Johnson first took over as the Bears head coach last year, he opened up to the media and said that they had to address that there were some things they had to address about DJ Moore, about the body language and looking like he was giving up on plays. So DJ caught some criticism for that. We all wondered about the chemistry between the two. There were games in this past year, to your point, where we'd come on the air on Monday and be like, oh, the Bears won, blah, 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 blah. But what was going on with DJ Moore? Why did DJ Moore only get one target? Why did he only have 2 catches in the game? To the point where when he finally did start to have some big games, big, loud, extraordinary games down the stretch, I remember, talking to him about, did you need a game like that? Because he just wasn't getting the ball. He took exception to my question, which I understand because he had just had a spectacular night. But there appeared to be some sort of disconnect at times between Caleb Williams and DJ Moore. So, that's the whole thing here too, guys, is, DJ Moore has had a litany of young quarterbacks, some of those who are now thriving, like Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold, but he was sort of the test driver for these guys. He was the test driver for Justin Fields, and then he became the same for Caleb Williams. So even before DJ Moore was traded, I was saying out loud, DJ Moore's best fit is going to be on a team with a good to great quarterback that is ready to win. So I think this puts him in an ideal spot, and I don't anticipate that there will be chemistry issues with Joe Brady and Josh Allen in Buffalo. It feels like with Buffalo being ready to win a Super Bowl, like you should, and you guys could talk about this better than I, but you got to fall in line on a team like that. Like he was the star here. Now you fall in line when you go to Buffalo.
I'll tell you that test drive, the quarterback's point, is like my favorite one I've heard since this trade. And it's a good one to get me to, like, yeah, he doesn't have to test drive Josh Allen. This thing hopefully can hit right away. The thing I think, Mark, that we're hoping works here is last year the Bills had a last couple years, the passing offense has been limited by their outside receivers. They can't get anybody open down the field. And Brandon Cooks comes in and gives them a little spark. But the reputation for Moore, and the numbers back it up, that he gets open down the field vertically, 20-yard plus air yard throws. He's got 50 or more catches of that nature, which is like top 5 in the league. So is that part of his game? Is all the juice still there in terms of getting open downfield?
Yeah, it is. Like, he doesn't appear to be a guy that has, at this point, and still young, obviously, that has not lost a step, any of that kind of stuff. I don't look at him as an elite route runner or elite downfield guy in any way, shape, or form. But if you use him that way and you put him in those positions in which to succeed, he is more than capable. And he's a gamer, too, in that way. And I know that, players obviously don't have much of a choice in the matter, so he shouldn't get a medal for this. But he's down with whatever. Get me the ball. And, there'll be times in games where you're like, where's DJ Moore? And then all of a sudden he'll just pop up, as you said, down the field and make a big play. And then you'll be like, oh, there's DJ Moore. So he has all the capabilities of getting open just about anywhere on the field. And then, as I said at the beginning, really good, too. Once he gets the ball in his hands, he is looking to make a play. He's elusive. Like I said, he is tough. He's not a guy that wants to go down on first contact, even despite not being a really big guy. But, yeah, he does have versatility within the route running.
And then, obviously here it's a lot of what are you going to do in the biggest games and in the playoffs. That was his first taste of the playoffs last year, but it went about as well as you could imagine. I mean, he was doing more in the playoff games than he was averaging in the regular season.
Yeah. I mean, he made some really massive catches for the Bears. Unfortunately, the final play of the Bears season has been under the microscope since the season ended, and it wasn't like people were no, I should check that. A lot of people were blaming DJ Moore for what happened. And just to refresh your audience, last play against the Rams in overtime, Caleb Williams and the Bears were marching into LA Rams territory. They were getting close to field goal range where they could have won that game and advanced to the NFC title game. Caleb Williams throws the ball to DJ Moore in his general direction. The ball is intercepted by Cam Curl. You go back and you watch the tape, and there's all sorts of theories on it. Did DJ Moore give up on the play? If you watch it, was DJ Moore injured on the play? If you watch it, and what it came down to is this big ambiguous statements from the Bears, and with Caleb Williams saying that there was a communication issue. We didn't get to talk to DJ Moore. He was not there on locker cleanout day. There was no explanation from him. Finally, some reporters spoke to him at the Super Bowl, and he just uttered the same thing that Caleb had said, and that was communication issue. But that was sort of fitting for some of his time here with the Bears, with the body language and giving up on plays. But at this point, I don't know if we'll ever know exactly what happened on that play, but that did go under the microscope in a big way around here.
Mark Grote joining us of The Score in Chicago. Tremaine Edmonds being cut loose by the Bears. Like, the Bears are, I mean, you could tell us what they're doing in terms of cleaning things out to make a big run, in free agency, maybe a big trade. But
Crosby, maybe.
Is it Max Crosby? Is it, something else? But specifically on Tremaine Edmonds, former Bill, when he left Buffalo, I think the thought was, nice player. They didn't want to pay him that kind of money. Now that he's available, how did it go in Chicago? If you're not talking about a big contract for Tremaine, does he still contribute? Is he the player that he was in Buffalo?
Yeah, that's so funny because I remember when they signed Tremaine Edmonds, and I spoke to some people in Buffalo, just like kind of getting the report on him and hearing, he's good guy, good player. And I was like, wait a minute, I thought Tremaine Edmonds was better than that. After Tremaine Edmonds was here for 3 years on that 4-year, $72 million deal, the way I described Tremaine Edmonds, steady, if not spectacular. You guys probably know this. Great guy, great locker room dude, good leader, smooth. Probably had his best year this past year for the Bears, but I don't know that he ever quite made the impact that I thought he would make. And remember, when he came here to the Bears, he replaced an incredibly talented and incredibly popular player in Roquan Smith. So that's what we were always comparing him to. So on the overall, it was kind of like, decent player, but didn't really move the meters. What he does do, though, to the other point you guys were bringing up, he creates $15 million in cap space. With Drew Dahlman, which was a big surprise party around here, the Bears center retiring at the age of 27. That created another $10 million in cap space. And then the DJ Moore move, all to say that the Bears all of a sudden go to being in the red as far as the salary cap is concerned, to be having $44 million in cap space. And they can now potentially, you guys brought up the name Max Crosby, that is in play now, if they want to give up the 2 first-round picks, but then they would have to pay him. They have the money to do that. Right now, gentlemen, if you really want to get into the weeds on the Bears, they have 0 safeties right now. They don't have many linebackers, and they are hurting on the offensive line because of the retirement of Drew Dahlman, and they don't have a left tackle as it stands right now. So the Bears are needing to hoard salary cap space to go out and fill these positions after a year in which they won their first playoff game in 15 years.
Mark Grote on the Western Hotline. Last thing, the internet seems to think that the trade of DJ Moore means that Luther Burden's going to the moon. So for this former Luther Burden and still Luther Burden fan, how did he look, and is that true? Do you think that's happening for him?
Well, I think that's a possibility. I mean, his rookie development to me was perfect this year because there were some imperfections early on, and that was because he essentially missed the offseason program, which left me in a place like, oh, man, because I've seen receivers come in, and when they miss the offseason program, they don't produce. It was rough early on for Luther Burden. He came on strong. The ferocity with which he runs after catching the ball is second to none. So he's definitely a guy that is going to be, if nothing else, expected to continue on that trajectory. But there's 2 other guys that you got to look at, too, and I think there's more pressure on Rome Odunze right now. He was drafted in the first round with Caleb Williams. He did not have a great year last year. Some of it was injuries. And then the other dude that's going to be dependent on heavily for the Bears is Colston Loveland, who the tight end, their first-round tight end, who was their leading receiver this past year with just over 700 yards receiving. So there are some candidates, and it is those 3 guys, good of you to bring it up, that made, at the end of the day, that made DJ Moore expendable, that made the Bears feel confident that they could get rid of, who I still thought, by the way, guys, and DJ Moore was their best receiver despite not being as productive in the numbers as he had been in previous years.
Very good. Mark Grote of The Score. Mark, thanks very much for the time.
You got it, guys.
I'm feeling better about it as time goes on, and I like the test drive point a lot. And I just think if you got yourself an upgraded Brandon Cooks, what did Josh Allen do as soon as you got a guy like that? He threw him the ball a lot. And this has always been, for me, the point about the importance of someone good out there is it is a force multiplier. I get it. You think Josh Allen is amazing. He is. Get him something that doubles his output. Get him something that multiplies his abilities. Don't just count on him to do it alone. And I think that DJ Moore is going to get peppered with targets all over the field.
Yeah, and then the playoff stuff. So on Cooks, the last play Cooks made for this team was he couldn't hang on to the ball against Denver and allowed the call to be made the way it was. The play that Moore makes against Green Bay, the game-winning touchdown in overtime, is pretty similar. Like, it is over the shoulder, deep route. Defensive back is draped all over you. There is contact as you catch the ball. But what does Moore do? He hangs on to it. And looking throughout his career, like 4.2% drop percentage is good. Like he is not somebody that I think you have to worry about dropping the football. He has had reliable hands pretty much every single year, it looks like, his entire career. It is interesting he brings up that final play of their season, though, because now I'm watching that play, and if there's a controversy about did he give up on the route that was the final play of their season, I'm watching it, and on my first couple of glances at it, like, I don't see that. But I can also understand when you watch a play 10,000 times after your season ends that somebody could arrive at it. But it just, On my first look, it does not look like to me he gave up on their final play of the year.
Yeah. 803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550 if you want to chime in.
You want some trivia on DJ Moore?
Yeah.
The only thing is he might have given you a couple of those answers there.
Oh, I'm ready for it.
So you might have already gotten some help from Mark. So instant trivia here on DJ Moore. So there have been – how many quarterbacks first do you think have thrown him a pass, have completed a pass to him?
8.
In his career? Yeah, no, the number is 13.
Okay.
9 of them have completed more than 2. Who are those 9?
Okay, so
there are, which is funny, there are 5 quarterbacks that have completed 1 or 2 passes to him, but there are 9 that have completed more than that.
Okay, I got 3, which is Fields,
72.
Caleb Williams.
Yep, the most, 150.
And Tyson Bagent.
24 for Tyson Bagent. Yep.
Okay, after that it gets tougher. Bears quarterbacks who have completed multiple passes to DJ Moore. Should I know?
I mean, a couple of them have already come up this segment.
I might not have been listening close enough to hear these quarterback names. Brock Osweiler. No.
2 teams, Chicago and Carolina.
Oh, Carolina. I'm sorry. I thought it was only in Chicago.
No, sorry. His whole career.
Baker Mayfield. Sam Darnold.
84. It's 3rd.
Cam Newton,
upon returning to Carolina, 88. Actually, that might be before he left and when he came back.
You got like a Matt Moore in here?
No, there's not a Matt Moore in here.
How many left?
You are missing 3.
Carolina, all in Carolina?
Andy Dalton?
No, they are all in Carolina. Andy Dalton's going to start week 1, by the way, huh?
Who was the quarterback in Carolina before Bryce Young? And between Cam Newton and Bryce Young? P.J. Walker.
P.J. Walker. That's the
game they beat Tom Brady?
Is that the game? I'm thinking of a game where P.J. Walker threw the furthest pass in the league in like 10 years to DJ Moore to win it. Moore took his helmet off and threw it, and they got a 15-yard penalty because of it and missed the extra point. Whoa. Look up that highlight.
That's right.
It's an incredible play. Moore, like same thing. Like, it's a great catch down the field, game-winning touchdown. But he maybe didn't know that there was still time left on the clock, and he threw his helmet.
He didn't complete the act of securing the touchdown without getting a penalty flag.
Right, he took the penalty, and then they missed the extra point because it was like 15 yards.
What a stupid league.
But P.J. Walker is
15
correct.
yards, being too happy for having a sick play to end the game.
Yeah.
Teddy Two Gloves on here. Teddy Bridgewater.
Teddy Bridgewater, 56 completions.
Sweet.
And then you're only missing 1, and it's a former Bill.
Former Bill, Carolina crossover. Kyle Allen.
Yeah. 74 completions.
You're right.
The 1 completions are Will Greer, Jacob Eason, Garrett Gilbert, and Taylor Heineke.
Nice.
These are the quarterbacks that he's played with in his career. I also heard that he played with a 3rd-string quarterback in college. So, like, until Caleb Williams, he had really never played with a great quarterback.
One quick thing on the NHL trade deadline. I'd like to add this in. The latest on Ryan O'Reilly. Pierre LeBrun writes, there hasn't been a trade offer yet on the table for Nashville to consider. Given the price paid for Nicholas Waugh, it's at least a first and a top prospect, if not more. And I would just like to say, I think that the NHL has figured out that these firsts are not worth that much. It used to be no one traded firsts, and now every deal is a first and something. Nicholas Waugh went for a first and something.
Right.
When we got a first for Paul Gaustad, however many years ago, that was, wow, can you believe it? And now I think you could get a first for Paul Gaustad routinely because these teams realize, what on earth is the 24th pick in the first round going to ultimately mean to my franchise?
Right.
That guy's not going to ever show up when I'm here. if I'm the GM.
Yeah, I think some teams have probably taught the rest of the league this lesson. Vegas came into the league and they trade their first-round picks all the time. Tampa Bay,
Pittsburgh didn't pick first for like 10 years.
Tampa Bay in the last 6 years has picked in the first round one time.
Yeah, I mean, I think,
and they by the way, they replenish.
Right.
Like it's not like they were great for 2 years and then you traded all your picks away, so you have to be punished for that. Like no, they're just still really good, and they have been the whole time without any firsts.
This comes down to it's like it's inflation. And for Yarmo to offer a first and Mertka, that sounds super big, but maybe now, I think just like the going rate for an NHL player is going to be on your team.
I feel like Mertka is a real valuable asset because he's a top 10 pick, and you just look at the odds of the 9th overall pick making the NHL. It is so far different than the difference between like the 30th pick and like the 3rd round. Like really, the NHL draft is very different than the NFL draft in this, where like the first round is almost like the top 12.
Yep.
That's it. Like there's 3 rounds within the first round. And if you got a guy that was a top 10 pick, that's valuable. You got a pick that's going to be 28th. Like that guy is an impact player in the NHL like 10 to 20% of the time. He's making the NHL more often, but he's not very rarely is that player becoming like a serious player in your lineup.
803-0550. Got a couple calls to catch up on, and I have as a goalie question for our senior goaltending correspondent, Mr. Owen Parker.
Is it who starts night one?
No.
Every day now, I've got group chats yelling about who's going to start night one.
Alex Lyon starts night one.
I want Alex Lyon to start night one. I would bet right now, though, it'll be Luukkonen.
Well, all right. Anyway, it's a goalie question. With all the names on the market, is any of them worth, thinking about? We'll run all the names by Owen. Get your calls in 803-0550 here on WGR. Chad DeDominicis on the Western Hotline. Chad, the 2 pieces acquired from Winnipeg, defenseman Luke Schenn and also defenseman Logan Stanley. What are the Sabres getting in these 2?
So Schenn is the veteran, 36 years old, right shot defenseman. There's being nice. I don't think there's a lot left in the tank there. For me, it seems like he's probably your new 7th defenseman. I don't anticipate him playing many games, but what he does in the room, the playoff experience, I think having that veteran isn't something that should be overlooked. And also it just builds depth. I mean, if you have injuries and you have, you don't want to get into Rochester guys, you have a guy who's played in the league, who's played playoff games, and you could throw him in there if you need it. So I'm not overly focused on what he's going to bring because I just don't anticipate he's going to play a ton. Stanley, on the other hand, is probably, if everything goes well, going to be one of your top 6 regulars. I'm not going to hide it that I don't love it.
It's okay.
He's a big defenseman, 6'7", hits, physical. If you want a guy who will fight and defend his teammates, that is Stanley. Defensively, there's some good things around the net. He's good in that regard. He's obviously very sized, good on the wall. That helps. And I think if they're looking to get, more physical and a little bit more, I don't know if they need more size, but maybe they thought they did, on defense, that's what you get there. But this year he's having one of his best offensive season. So, there's that part of it, but he's also an unrestricted free agent. You can kind of throw in, that might just be a free agent season kind of thing, and he's shooting like 12%, which is very unlike him. So there's a little bit of offense there, but I don't think he moves well enough to be that impactful. He moves good for 6'7", but maybe not what a Lindy Ruff system would want. And then the passing is really what scares me a little bit. The exits are not good. Throughout his career, they have not been good. But, this is a guy who's playing right now 20 minutes-ish this season with the injuries Winnipeg has had. Coming here, he's probably going to drop down to 13, 14. So if you can shelter him on a third-pair role, you probably can get by and be fine. The good news is if it doesn't go well, even though you gave up assets to get him, but if it doesn't go well, you have Timmins around and other options you can throw in there to replace him. Of course, like I said, it wouldn't be ideal to give up those assets and not play him, but I think in the right role, you're probably can find service there.
Hey, as a goalie, should that guy have gotten that?
As a goalie.
As a goalie.
Yes is the easy answer there.
Brought to the blue line right in the middle. It's Metcalf now to the far boards again. Cross eyes pass. Open cage. Owen Parker with a glove save.
That is where you start getting into
WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right. Questions for Owen because Kevin Weeks has just tweeted a little bit of
some goalie names.
Yeah,
in the market?
guys that are available.
All right.
And I thought, let's just run by these ideas, see if you like any of these ideas. When we brought up Bobrovsky the other day, it's like, well, the Sabres are old. I'm sorry, he's old. The Sabres are in goal, appear to be okay, but can you count on that in the playoffs? So Kevin Weeks says, Bobrovsky, Wallstedt, Ingram, Binnington, Stolars, Skinner have been discussed in different potential scenarios. The goalie market is intriguing. Any name? You like Wallstedt, right?
I really like Wallstedt. That's
Minnesota.
That's a big sort of splashy move.
And is that that's a future idea?
Yeah,
he's not
he's
gonna play
young.
For,
He's a rookie this year. He was a first-round pick a few years ago, and I think he's super talented. He had a crazy hot start. He's cooled off a little bit, but I really like what he does. Stolars is interesting. He's hurt a lot, but I really like him when he's in there. I think he's one of the best guys around. Like he's really underrated. He can really play. He's a big, huge guy, but he's hurt all the time, so that would be a little concerning. Everybody else kind of, I don't know that you're upgrading much. I don't know. Yeah. Like we talk about this pretty regularly. The sort of muddy middle of NHL goaltending that is really hard to bust out of and to find a guy that isn't in that sort of group. Or there's 5 to 8 probably really true premier players at the position, and everybody else is pretty similar. And you can't really project anything to be that different from the 17th best goalie to the 31st best goalie. It's not really that different. So I would be hesitant to give up assets for what could end up being a lateral move. And I said about Bobrovsky, Tim Graham asked me about it yesterday too in the 1 to 3 show. And I wouldn't want to trust that he would be any better than what they've got, because he's just not had a good year in Florida. He's been really bad. He cannot stop the puck right now, and I just don't know that I need to buy low on a guy that's that old. He's going to be a free agent this summer anyways.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I would have 2 questions about the Wallstedt idea. If he's the biggest name, or the most valuable name, I should say, on the goalie market. 1, does he help me win playoff rounds this year compared to who they have?
I would probably lean yes. I think he's a little better than both
Okay.
guys they've got right now already. And I would think that will only continue to grow for the next 3 years and then probably be pretty great for the next 7 after that.
The other problem I have with Wallstedt is why Minnesota wants to trade him. The idea Minnesota is going for here is they have 2 good goalies. They are barren down the middle. They are trying to flip Wallstedt into a center.
Mm-hmm.
Who is that guy you're giving them?
It's a good question. Am
I giving them Osland to do this?
That it's about that kind of player, probably.
And I don't want, no offense to Wallstedt, because I like him too. I like a very talented player, first round pick. I think he could be a number 1 goalie for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't need goalie that badly right now that I would take Noah Osland off my current roster to do it.
I think I agree with that.
If you want to revisit an idea like that in the summer, then I'm more open to it.
Right.
But I'm not trading out Osland for a goalie right now.
No, because you're not going to get results that are that vastly different from what they have right now.
No, he is statistically this year, goals saved above expected. He's basically identical to Luukkonen, so both are in pretty good shape.
Right.
But then there's Lyon above both of them.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
I don't know. It's not a big enough need for me to do that right now.
I think I agree with that.
At the same time, though, I'm not. Again, eventually, I would want to revisit that because I don't know who. I don't know who their game 1 goalie is going to be. I have no idea who their opening night goalie would be next year.
Right. I think Lions got 1 more year on that 2-year deal, but I don't think you're going to do anything long-term with him. I just don't.
His age just makes it tough. You got him next year on a good deal.
Yeah.
Will in Chicago. Will, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
So I'm trying to make sense of this pretty hefty valuation that Bean put on DJ Moore, as demonstrated by what they gave up and what they paid him. And I was thinking, correct me if I'm wrong, the Bills were the first team in the NFL this year to make a big receiver move like this in an offseason where we know that, some of the biggest rivals, like the Patriots, Ravens, Chiefs, are also looking to make a move like this. Could that have factored into the decision where, maybe we know that we're going to have to give up a lot for this guy? Let's at least be first to the table to sort of almost set the terms for these other teams. I mean, I already saw that people say that this move means that A.J. Brown is now going to, officially go for more than that. So what do you guys think about that?
Thanks, Will. I just think the reason Moore goes for that is because Moore requires the Eagles to take a penalty. And
Brown, you mean?
Sorry, yes.
Yeah,
Brown. A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown means the Eagles take a $43 million cap hit.
Right.
And DJ Moore did the Bears a favor. You got the player. I'm not saying it's bad. But the Bears are perfect. We saved cap space and got a draft pick. For the Eagles, put it this way. If the Eagles could save 43 by trading him instead of getting hit with 43, he'd be worth a 4th. Or whatever, highest bidder, 2nd, 3rd. Because the Eagles wouldn't need that much. Here you have to convince them to take that hit. To me, that's like the Diggs trade. Diggs got traded to Houston. Why did he get a 2nd-round pick? Because you needed to pay the Bills to take a big hit.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the highest bid. So if A.J. Brown goes for more than DJ Moore, I think it's because it will take more than that to convince the Eagles to take that massive hit. They could we'll just keep him.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't we just keep him and try to win? He's good. That's my thought on it. You know, the prices for other receivers, we'll find out. There's famously when DeAndre Hopkins got traded, who got traded right before him?
Before who? Hopkins got traded, and then Diggs got traded later in the same day.
That's right.
Yeah.
It was
Hopkins went for David Johnson
straight up
and like a second or third.
Okay, and then Diggs went for a first.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
I mean, I think we'll see what these other moves come in at. Part of the Bills being first to the receiver market and seemingly overpaying. Like, again, they paid the price it typically costs when the team trading away the guy has to eat it. Yeah. And instead, they are clearing room. Like, that's where it kind of feels like this thing is flipped here on what they gave up when other teams start coming in with their moves. And especially what New England is going to do. The Patriots just cut Diggs. They were probably going to be in the market anyway. They have money. They are going to make a receiver move.
Yeah, and Alec Pierce.
And they're going to make a sizable one.
Alec Pierce makes a ton of sense.
And we'll see, like, if it's Alec Pierce at $30 million, what's the reaction going to be? Like, oh, I don't know if I wanted to do that. I guess I'm good with DJ Moore because I don't want to pay Alec Pierce $30 million. What if they trade a second-round pick and a fourth-round pick and get A.J. Brown? Then you're going to be thinking, what? I have to pay DJ Moore all this money, and it costs me a second. They get the better player on a better contract for less?
Yeah, if that happens.
Like, there's a potential that this move by the Bills will go over even worse, depending on what especially New England does at receiver.
I think Pierce to New England makes a lot of sense because the best deep ball receiver in the game with the best deep ball thrower in the game, it's Drake May.
Yeah.
He was the best at throwing deep balls last year, so that marriage could work. And listen, it's free agency season. You know what that means. Time to bust out my trusty chart, my flow chart, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
You know the flow chart.
Yep.
The one where you sign a player. He signs to your team. It's a great deal. Mm-hmm. What a great deal. He signs somewhere else. You are required to say, I would have paid him that money. No way. Alec Pierce, $26 million. No, wouldn't have done that.
Yep.
By the way, can I give you one name that came up yesterday, and I want to just thank you to somebody on Twitter that pointed him out again, because it just got to be a little bit better of an idea.
Mm-hmm.
Now that they have DJ Moore, if you're looking for your bargain basement, off an injury, could he be cheap, low risk, high reward, does Darnell Mooney sound a little bit better today? Little bit better. DJ Moore on one side, Darnell Mooney on the other side. You know, hey.
I'm good with that, but someone's got to go then.
Coleman. In a perfect world, Coleman still goes.
Yeah.
And the Bills do not actually feel they have to spend the year propping him up. In a perfect world, they decide, let's just get better. But if they keep him and they shine him up and make him better, well, all right. Good for them.
You also could take Palmer, trade him, and take the $6 million you save and just give that to Darnell Mooney.
Well,
you want to sub one in for the other?
Palmer, what are you trading him for?
Nothing.
Doesn't matter.
Matter.
Aren't you asking someone to take the player?
Right. Take him conditional 7th. Doesn't matter. I'm just swapping his money out for Mooney. It's another idea. Diana Rossini just tweeted that the Eagles are holding firm on A.J. Brown. She mentions the Patriots in on it, and that the other team to keep an eye on for this is the Chargers for A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown, Ladd McConkey, and Quentin Johnston as a receiving group would be...
And Aronde Gadsden.
And Aronde Gadsden.
Trey Harris.
With Mike McDaniel as the offensive coordinator. I'm going to do it again. 15th year in a row. I'm going to believe in the Chargers by week 1. And they, of course, are going to let you down. Some way, somehow. They're going to get all the injuries. I am going to buy in. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to get sucked into this Chargers vortex.
They only let people down last year because of the injuries of the offensive line.
But they get hurt every year.
They tried to play a full season without an actual offensive line.
When have they ever had a year where they just stayed healthy?
By the way, if the Bills trade Josh Palmer, you are right. They save 5.3.
I don't even care what you get back for him.
Right.
Would you rather just ask yourself this: if Mooney's only going to cost you $5 million, just hypothetically, then it becomes all right. The money's the same. Who I rather have on my roster, Josh Palmer or Darnell Mooney?
Well, listen, you don't even have to make it about that. How about this? If you want to convince a team to take Josh Palmer, look how expensive.
I don't know what the new team would get.
Look how expensive a receiver is. $10 million. That's how much. So hey, you want this guy for $5 million? It's a half-price deal. I'll give you this receiver for a sixth. If you want to move on from him, I don't think they want to move on from him. They'll probably keep him. You're just so much more likely to move on from Coleman.
Why not both? Remake the room. Go scorched earth. Remake the whole room.
You really could. They are going scorched earth on their defense, too. They got to make some decisions there. I just wonder if they'd be willing to swing a first and a third for Max Crosby and say, we're not picking first, second, or third this year. This is the year we just put it in on players to get better, difference makers right away. It would be
post June 1 trade, by the way. You'd save $10 million this year on Palmer.
It would.
You like that?
I mean, I don't mind it.
You save 10 of the 11 if you make it a post June 1 trade on Josh Palmer.
803-0550, the phone number. Matthew in Chicago, quickly. Hey, Matthew.
Hey, fellas. Good morning. Enjoy the conversation.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
No problem. I'm a little excited here in Chicagoland about DJ. To be honest, I'm kind of sad the Bears couldn't work it out, but at the end of the day, I wanted to let you guys know, slow your roll on Mooney. That's a long shot. I'm just telling you from experience. DJ, though, on the other hand, that's a thoroughbred. You guys are getting a good player with good hands that makes plays when plays need to be made. And at the end of the day, it's our loss, y'all guys' gain. But they're all claiming here that we won the trade and this and that, blah, blah, blah. DJ's a good player, and I think y'all will be happy with his output. That's all I got. Have a good weekend, boys.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, the Mooney idea is like super cheap, super low, supplemental guy. It's not like plan A. I'm not even sure it'd be better than Palmer, but he has, in my eyes, been a better player than Palmer. He's hurt last year. Extendo Sports, it is NHL trade deadline day. Exciting times. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Of course, that's the biggest news. I think that's the biggest news of the day, right?
Yes.
More to the Bills for a second-round pick, and the long and short of it on the money is that the Bills guarantee some more money than was guaranteed, and Albert Breer has it basically dumbed down to the Bills traded for DJ Moore, and he is on a 3-year, $73.5 million contract. So 3 years, $73.5 million from the idea that the Bills didn't want anybody at receiver that was going to command too much money to trading an asset and paying big money for a guy that they have familiarity with. He's played with Joe Brady before in Carolina. There's, of course, the Carolina connection. The Bears get their second-round pick. The Bills get DJ Moore. So we got a lot to get to.
Yeah. The news, and really, right, the Parayko news comes in
20 minutes after DJ Moore?
Yeah, like that.
30 minutes?
That 30 minutes was like, oh, okay, they're getting DJ Moore. And I was kind of into it at the beginning. And, like, Rappaport's out here. Like, oh, it's going to cost a mid-round pick. I'm like, okay, and Parayko plus the package at the same time of what was happening that day was, like, 2 punches to the gut consecutively. The package, I want to say specifically about Moore. Like,
yeah,
I like the player. I really do like the player. I've liked him since Carolina.
He's a cool player.
Yeah, he's good.
He's good. He's cool.
He is a good player. I cannot believe the Bears managed to get a second-round pick out of the Bills for him. I don't know how they did that. The GM said, basically alerted the league a week ago that he wasn't going to be on the team at the Combine. That's how he talked.
I guess there's a bidding war, and that's the highest bid. Right?
Man.
That's got to be it.
You just don't see players on that contract at receiver go for that price. Even I saw a couple people compare it to Diggs.
It's very different from Diggs.
Houston was not tied to Diggs for 4 years. They very quickly made that contract a 1-year deal.
Well, if you want to make the difference with Diggs is similar to A.J. Brown right now in that if the Eagles trade A.J. Brown and get a first, do you know why they're going to get a first? In part because you have to convince them to take a $43 million dead cap hit.
Right.
So, like, consider the cap ramifications with the price of a trade. And for Diggs, why did the Bills get a second? Because they needed to be convinced, take a $26 million cap hit to not have this player.
The Bills needed to take the cap
The
hit.
Bills took the hit. The Bears got relief.
Yeah.
So to get a second and get all that relief is a major win for them. All right. Justin in Buffalo has been waiting. Justin, quickly, good morning.
Morning, Joe. Morning, Moose. How you guys doing this morning?
Good.
Good.
Good. Hey, 2 quick thoughts on the Sabres trade. One, I think this just has potential upside. You're not marrying to anybody. Everybody seems like a depth player who can kind of rotate in, either third pair D, fourth line center. And if they don't work, you just throw everybody else back in and we keep moving forward. My other thought was, I think it's interesting that they had the Jets hold cap space for Shen. I think it was 1.37, even though in the last year of the deal. I don't know if that indicates maybe another move coming or what that looks like. But just want to know your guys' thoughts.
There's been some Braden Shen speculation.
Yeah, so Jeremy Rutherford just did the Athletic Blues, just broke down like every player that's on the market for St. Louis. And on Shen, he says Shen wants to stay but realizes the Blues situation. He would move, but only for the perfect spot.
Perfect spot is playing with his brother.
Which then I immediately thought, does Yarmo only acquire Luke Shen from Winnipeg because he's got a mind for Braden Shen and thinks that'll get him to waive his no-trade clause?
Very possible. Can I tell you a fun fact about
level
about Braden Shen?
What?
If
wasn't he on the last team that played the Sabres in the playoffs?
I don't know.
The next year he got
okay because Braden Shen would take the title from Mike Evans when the Bills. If the Bills are going to sign Mike Evans, we think that's far less likely now with DJ Moore. That might have been the longest gap between I want this player and they come here. Phillip Rivers would have threatened this as well.
Yeah.
I went back to see how long ago I made a campaign to trade for Braden Shen.
Yeah.
It was 2012. In 2012, and the Sabres like selling pieces.
Yeah.
I was like, go get Braden Shen out of L.A. at the time. And then the Flyers ended up getting him.
Yeah, 14 years ago.
Yeah, trade for Shen. So if they get Braden Shen, I'm going to dig that tweet up from 14 years ago. They're like, got it. Better late than never. Also, a very quick point. If you're out there saying that these Sabres defensive depth moves that they've made are a lesson learned from 05-06, I would say no. It's not happening.
Someone said that to me, and my reaction was, oh, like, okay, what they did is they might have just acquired 2 Jeff Gilsons then.
Well, if they lose Power, Dahlin, Samuelson, and Byram, they're not beating anyone in a playoff series.
No.
You kind of have to accept that if that happens, you lose. There is no getting depth good enough to overcome something like that. That's why the Stanley Cup by the Hurricanes doesn't really get recognized. It shouldn't get recognized. Anyway. All right. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550 for Mr. Sal Capaccio, who comes up with the Extra Point Show next.